ولا يخاف عقباها. صدق الله العظيم. क्या पढ़ा ولا يخاف عقباها. صدق الله العظيم. क्या أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. पढ़ो सुबह के औरात पढ़ ले। حسبي الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. पढ़ो सुबह के औरात पढ़ ले। حسبي الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. पढ़ो الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن. أعوذ بالله. الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن. भाई नाश्ता रेडी है, नाश्ते से फारिग हो जाए इंशाल्लाह। औज़ु बिकलिमातिल्लाहि ताम्माति मिन शर्रि मा खलक़। बिस्मिल्लाहिल्लज़ी ला यज़ुर्रु मअ इस्मिहि शै'उन फ़िल अर्दि वला फ़िस समाइ व हुवस समीउल अलीम। अल्लाहुम्मा अक्फ़िनाहुम बिमा शि'त। अल्लाहुम्मा अक्फ़िनाहुम बिमा शि'त। अल्लाह। जा रहा है। أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الهم والحزن وأعوذ بك من العجز والكسل. आ रहा है? भाई सेटिंग वाले आना था भाई, उससे वो सेटिंग वाले आना था क्या? सेशंस करते क्या? उसका 8 बजे उसका नंबर ले और करते। اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الهم والحزن وأعوذ بك من العجز والكسل وأعوذ بك من البخل والجبن وأعوذ بك من غلبة الدين وقهر الرجال. लाइव करो लाइव। सेम लिंक। नहीं ये नहीं आप जो देख रहे हैं वो नहीं भाई। اللهم إني أعوذ بك من زوال نعمتك وتحول عافيتك وفجاءة نقمتك وجميع سخطك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك لك الحمد كله وبيدك الخير كله وإليك يرجع الأمر كله لا مانع لما أعطيت ولا معطي لما منعت ولا خافض لما رفعت. اللهم لك الحمد أنت قيم السماوات والأرض ومن فيهن ولك الحمد أنت نور السماوات والأرض ومن فيهن ولك الحمد أنت الحق وقولك حق. مم. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
मार्केट टू मार्केट। हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम जुनैद भाई, मालदीव्स में एक अच्छा रिजॉर्ट कौन सा है बोलो जरा, कम ये गवर्नमेंट वाले के जैसा। हमारे जुनैद भाई गवर्नमेंट वालों को मालदीव्स में जाके। अस्सलाम वालेकुम दारू ओपन मड़ी। अस्सलाम वालेकुम जुनैद भाई, मालदीव्स में जरा एक अच्छा रिजॉर्ट बोलो कौन सा है जाने को। जमात लेके जाना, वहां पर जाके नमाज़ पढ़ ले, कर लेके खा पी के आए जैसा बोलो जरा, फैमिली लेके जैसा बोलो भाई, बोलो भाई, बोलो। क्या हो रहा, क्या हो रहा। मैन मेड इको, 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 इको बढ़ाओ, बढ़ाओ, नको, नको, कहीं को इको, इको ब्लैक होता भाई वो, कपल ऑफ सेकंड्स होता वो। अस्सलाम वालेकुम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू। इको, इको, इको नहीं है इसमें, ऐसा नाप के वक्त इको आना ना चाहिए। इको बोलो। اللهم إني أسألك حبك وحب من يحبك والعمل الذي يبلغني حبك. फिर दोस्तों अजीज और बुजुर्गों, नाश्ते में क्या बना है पहले पता करिए। जो जो भात बना है तो इंशाल्लाह अच्छा एक बोला हूं यहाँ पर पूछने के लिए मास्क के साथ क्या ना क्या हो रहा है अच्छा रूम वाइज नाम वाला गाली नहीं वो मसूरा एक मिनट डॉक्टर साहब मसूरा के सेक्शन में गया ना क्या कि रूमों में नाम लगा दी होती देखा कौन से नाम होगा अच्छा वो पैरेलल सेक्शंस के लगा रही है अरे भाई पैरेलल सेक्शंस के शाम में लगा सकते हैं वो कल कल का है मैं आपको कल मसूरा के सेक्शन का आज कर लेंगे सैफ साहब डॉक्टर सैफ साहब बोल रही है आज कर लेना वो मतलब डॉक्टर सैफ साहब बोल रही है पैरेलल सेक्शंस का कर लेना बाद में फिर आगे मसूरा जा नहीं सकते हम वो पहले रेडी कर रहा था पैरेलल सेक्शंस का हम लगा सकते हैं किसी को नहीं रेडी नहीं है बिल्कुल यहाँ से डॉक्टर साहब भेजे रेडी है बोल रहे हो हाफिज अब्दुल्ला हाँ ऑलमोस्ट हो गया तो देखते चलिए आपका डॉक्टर साहब और दूसरी बात यहाँ से हम प्ले करना ही वहाँ चल रहा नहीं चल रहा टेस्ट करना है ना एक मिनट हाँ एक साथ ही वही रहना शाम का शादीशुदा साथी वैसा नहीं करना किसी को या तो भी शायद कॉल करके कोऑर्डिनेट करना एक वो टेस्ट करके वहाँ से कॉल तो वो पैरल सेशन का लगा रहे थे ना वो क्या करें
Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 3 check 1 2. Check 1 2 check. Check.
علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان الشمس والقمر بحسبان الشمس والقمر بحسبان الشمس والقمر بحسبان
Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check. Pelan. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check. Pelan. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check. Pelan. Check 1 2 check. Check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 somebody no. Check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 somebody no. Check 1 2 check. 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 Check 1 2 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 check. Check 1 2 check 1 2 check. Check. Check 1 check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check. Check 1 2.
इधर निकले मुकाबी शान से झपटे थे जो बेबालों पर निकले सितारे शाम के खूने शफक में डूब कर निकले। मुकाबी शान से झपटे थे जो बेबालों पर निकले सितारे शाम के खूने शफक में डूब कर निकले।
यकीन अफराद का सरमाया तामीर मिल्लत है, यकीन अफराद का सरमाया तामीर मिल्लत है।
जहां दारो जहां बानो जहां आरा। कभी ए नौजवान मुस्लिम तदब्बुर भी किया तूने, वो क्या कर दूं था तू जिसका है एक टूटा हुआ तारा। तुझे उस कौम ने पाला है आगोशे मोहब्बत में, कुचल डाला था जिसने पाँव में ताजे सरेदारा। अगर चाहूं तो नक्शा खींच कर अल्फाज में रख दूं, मगर तेरे तख़य्युल से फुजूतर है वो नजारा। अगर चाहूं तो नक्शा खींच कर अल्फाज में रख दूं, मगर तेरे तख़य्युल से फुजूतर है वो नजारा। मगर तेरे तख़य्युल से फुजूतर है वो नजारा। कभी ए नौजवान मुस्लिम तदब्बुर भी किया तूने, वो क्या कर दूं था तू जिसका है एक टूटा हुआ तारा। तुझे उस कौम
يعرف المجرمون بسيماهم فيؤخذ بالنواصي والأقدام فهي
know programming, but they realize
You want to know he was there. With strong DevOps, you should be from strong DevOps. You know what you should know what DevOps is. You should decide working. Okay, I'll have also some strong cybersecurity skills and should know risk assessment. Okay, so what are the tools that the SecOps engineers deal with is tools. It's something very new. Anybody worked on these tools here? Grafana, wonderful. Are you in SecOps? No SecOps. When you work with SecOps, good. Okay. So can I move on to the next slide, right? Okay. Next slide, please. Application programming interface engineers. Basically, it was just APIs. Go to an API management platform. Okay, and then what you do is tell them I want to make an API and makes it for you. I show you how to work those. Right. So currently, there's about 50,000 APIs in the market. The most famous one is anybody? Huh? Okay, one more. Anyone else? And Google, Facebook. Facebook is the most famous among all the APIs. So the opportunity is there's 22% greater chance of landing a job in software. Why? What do you think it is? Why? 22% greater chance of grabbing a job while you are an API engineer than a software. Why? Everything's on the cloud. Everything is in the cloud. It's a connectivity problem. You have to have APIs to connect. Okay, you have to have APIs to connect between two programs, disparate computer systems, two different ecosystems. You need to have APIs to connect them, right? And as connectivity issues, as the application of clouds are getting greater and greater, and different formats of clouds are springing up here and there, you get multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, sometimes both of them together. You can really draw a visio to explain to somebody what these clouds are today. Okay, so yeah, so cloud technology is increasing, so the need for API development is consequently also. Right? Okay. That's one thing. Need for public and private APIs. The public APIs, IBM Open API is one platform, APT is one, Storing, MuleSoft. MuleSoft is great. Okay, then you have Open API. Okay, so my intent here is for people to get into this role and possibly get into a startup to their own stuff because there's so much demand here. Did I mention any numbers here? Okay, the numbers are not relevant, but you did check okay, so what was that? Numbers. So the exponential growth in cloud technology is exponential growth in API development. Okay, so one will start an API startup and work on building APIs and pushing them to the platform for people to connect my system into this. Okay, so yeah, okay. I've got only that much. Distributed cloud platforms. Anybody heard of this? Heard of cloud, your platform? Very good. Distributed cloud platforms, like the cloud edge cloud. Okay, so basically what this does is usually the cloud providers, they provide you with the hardware and a software and a platform. Okay, right or wrong? Okay, But what these guys do is they also provide a hardware and a software and a hosting platform for development or for deployment, whatever. Okay. So you have a distributed cloud platform. So you have a public cloud connected to a multi-cloud. Okay, connected to hardware that is in different physical locations. Okay, for example, you would have an IoT device in a factory. Okay, so what this device does, it is the devices have a machine learning capability already built inside it. So some of the processing, is taking place inside that device and is sending to a local database, okay, a local data center where it's handling the rest of the computations. Okay, so you have the involvement of a handheld device or wearable, whatever, and the data is processed in the cloud, in the public cloud, as well in a private cloud somewhere located by data center. For example, now when you're driving, what's the advantage of this? It reduces latency. Now, latency is the time it takes from the data to go from your device to the cloud and back. Okay, that's called latency. So it takes about 15 nanoseconds to travel over the cloud and back. Okay, that's okay. But if you have a mission critical application like driverless cars, that's too late. You cannot afford that 15 nanoseconds. It has to come down. Okay, it has to come down 3 to 4 or 5 nanoseconds max. So there's a passenger coming in or a pedestrian walking in front of the car. That 15 nanoseconds is too late. You can have cars flying around somewhere. Okay. So what it does is reduces the latency, plus it reduces the complexity of the computation. Okay. So yeah. So the main drivers are AR, VR, and IoT. All right. Types of cloud. The one that is in India right now is what we call IoT Edge. Okay, we have this. The rest are not here yet. You don't have 5G. You don't have global network edge clouds. These things are not here yet, as far as I know. Someone can correct me on this. Okay. So what kind of skills you need? Okay, 10 years of network architecture engineering experience. Network architecture, network engineering experience. Minimum, that's bare minimum. Okay, experience in virtualization platforms. Like nobody? Docker, OpenStack, Kubernetes, ML routing, switching in data centers. These are kind of hard skills you need. There is more skill, but these are the hard skills you need to get into this kind of industry. Okay, digital twins. Did I talk about API engineering? I did that, right? Sure, I just trying to finish me off. Okay, we have digital twins. How many of you have heard of it? One. Mechanical guys have heard of it. Who else? Huh? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's virtual representation. Okay. So what this basically means is you have a virtual representation of this system. Okay, what this means is that you have, for example, Rolls-Royce. They are developing a jet turbine. They cannot just build a jet turbine and then test. They can some research like. What they're doing is they have a virtual representation of that jet turbine. You see it in front of you, simulated in a simulated environment. Okay, it's not just limited to that. It's not just limited to mechanical or electrical. Unilever is doing something. Unilever is nothing to do with software. They do have artificial intelligence capabilities, but for that's internal use. So Unilever, what they're doing, they're building digital twins of their factories. And the main object of digital twins is to capture data. So how will this perform when it goes live? Okay? What could be the security flaw? What could be any flaw here? Okay? So they're trying to make it real close. The virtual representation will be very close to the actual. Okay? That's the real task here. You have to be very good in programming these things. Major players in Honeywell, Unilever, Ansel, Incubating. So, yeah. What are the main skills you need to get into this kind of control systems engineering, instrumentation engineering, electronics, parallel computing, multi-core programming. Who's worked on multi-core here? Anybody worked on multi-core? Embedded guys. That's true. Only embedded guys work on this. Multi-core, right. Multi-core, C++, Python. Okay? Okay, that's it from me. Okay, I hope it was a very enjoyable experience. I hope. Okay, I learned something from me, and I hope some of you will use this slide as a backdrop for upskilling, or probably get into starting your own ventures, okay? Especially in API. API development is in a big way. A lot of startups pretty much think about 20 to 30 days to develop an API max. Okay, people work with REST frameworks, which is really easy. Work on some protocol, a little bit difficult. Okay, so I hope you have benefited, and inshallah we'll see you next year. Okay. All right. I hope that any questions? Hopefully, yes, no.
We will have the question of the session with the panel discussion. We're running out of time. We will have the questions. Please have your questions with you. We will have it answered, inshallah, immediately after the session. We have a panel discussion where Samir Bhai and our fellows by the next speaker, and along with them, a couple of more members will be there. And inshallah, we will try to answer all these questions during the panel discussion. Does that sound okay? So, mashallah, Samir has overwhelmed us with a lot of new buzzwords, jargons, technologies, etc. Let's see how many of us remember. Let me put a small quiz. Samir, is it okay? No. Okay. Let me see how much of your information the audience has grasped. Okay. The first question, let's see who's going to answer. NASA has to build the rocket and it cannot build and test. So what technology would you recommend? Excellent. Excellent. This is well. Good. Yes. Public multi-cloud options to different physical locations. Which technology? Good. Oh, not bad, mashallah. So we'll buy good. IT ops plus IT security. Very good, mashallah. Behavioral psychology plus behavioral economics. Excellent. Internet of behavior, mashallah. Why AI? Explainable AI. Yeah. An entrepreneur wants to deploy a solution without coding. Very good. No code or no code? No code. Good. Okay, fine. Yeah, mashallah, it was a mashallah, accepted, well done session, alhamdulillah. So I would like to invite Maulana mashallah Shahid Sahab to present the memento to Samir. Yes. Samir. As a token of appreciation. Yeah, so without further delay in our schedules, learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to draw back. So far, we have heard a lot of things, XAI and DCP and low code, etc. Let's see what we have in store for the mechanical and civil stream guys. And mashallah, let's hear from the source of truth. So I would like to call upon Fairoz Saab, mashallah. Let me have a small introduction. Fairoz Ahmed Saab, mashallah, is a BE mechanical certified PMP over 22 years of experience in Middle East, mashallah, domain design, construction and management of electromechanical building services. He is an MEP, position held as project manager, operations manager, director of operations. Presently involved as a founding director of Delta T MEP Technical Academy. Over to you, Faisal. So you want to follow?
Next slide. Jazakallah khair, Zakir Bhai, for the kind intro. Assalamu alaikum, dear brothers. Today I'm going to talk to you about upskilling opportunities for civil and mechanical engineers. I probably will share my thoughts. Okay. I probably will share my thoughts and experiences, what I have witnessed about the upcoming trends in construction industry that I have witnessed and experienced over my couple of years experience in especially in Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, and Qatar. Respecting the allotted time, I put my talker on. I probably will not be very subject specific. I know the audience is most of you are IT background, and I still see a lot of civil and mechanical engineers also. I probably will go through quickly and try to shed light on the few of the skill sets I would like to present to you. So let's begin. To begin with, I would like to talk. I think Sabir has already told about skilling and upskilling and reskilling. Even before Zakir Bhai was telling about this. There's something called as upskilling. It is, as we all know, it is acquiring the skill sets to do your present job in a better way. And reskilling is about getting the new skill and embark on a new career job. It is a horizontal career shift. Probably someone from, say, commerce or finance background would like to come into digital marketing. He probably have to acquire a training course or a training on, say, digital multimedia or whatever to shift his career. So that is called reskilling. Both of these has two perspectives, which is employer perspective and the employee perspective. We as part of MFIRD and iConnect, we are focusing as one of the verticals of skilling. We see a lot of employers and also the employees here. So being an employer, we have to have our workforce trained to match the current trends of the market. And we have to be cost effective and efficient to deliver a project in the best possible way to the market demands. And as an employee, we have to stay relevant to the industry always. So for that reason, we always have to look for the opportunities to upscale ourselves. So it's an individual responsibility too. So coming back now, going to the next slide. Today I'm going to talk mainly on these three upskilling programs, which I'll present it quickly. By the way, we have these sessions explained in a detailed way tomorrow in panel sessions between the slots as mentioned on that on the brochure given earlier between 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Each of these we will go in detail by our team, the qualified team here. For each of these, we talk about building information modeling and about sustainability and the building energy modeling. I know for most of the IT people, this will be irrelevant or unknown area. So I would like to request them to bear with this new terminology. To begin with, the first one, The building information modeling. We all know as engineers, in the first year engineering, even the IT people would have gone through the engineering drawings. We have the experience of drawing using the drawing boards and the mini drafters and all the first picture. Though that used to be the scenario about 25-30 years before, 70s, 80s, and even early 90s. I have seen offices, the engineering offices and the design offices, with a bigger space to accommodate the engineering draftsman. So that was the scenario. Imagine with that scene, if the drawings are done and to rework it back and to do any corrections, it would be such a big hassle, right? So what we saw as graduates and when we started our career, this was slowly shifting to we all know as AutoCAD, wherein we started using the AutoCAD computer-aided drawings, come up with the 2D drawings. That was the upskilling for the people of that era. Then all those big halls were converted into a desktop offices. That was compared to the drawings. And for the last few years, these 2D drawings are going into computer-aided 3D drawings. So it's sort of a virtual reality. While we design and draw, at the design stage of the drawing, we simulate and see how the design is being worked. That's where we are now. Going forward, probably in the few years, this would be a compulsion. And in mega projects, probably while designing a plant room and all, this is a must right now. So why I selected this as one of the skill set is for the design engineers now who are into this construction industry. This is one of the skill sets you have to acquire to stay relevant to the coming trend. Inshallah, we'll talk in detail about this tomorrow. I will just say the fish about this. BIM is nothing but the 3D model-based process that gives the architects, the engineers, and the construction team the tool to completely design, plan, and construct and manage the project. So all the phases of the construction are involved in the drawing right from the design stage. The salient features of BIM are: this is advanced level of design and drafting. We can do the 3D modeling of the building layout. We can visualize the project at the stage of drawing. We'll talk about this in the next slide as well. And on this software, we will be loading about the cost also, like what material is used and what is the cost. So we can have a budget visualization or the cost visualization at the beginning of the project. And for the structural engineers, they can do the structural load analysis. For information, this software is used by all the civil structure, architectural engineers, and all the electromechanical engineers as well. Being the part of the MEP, my experience was mainly on building services in the Gulf. We were in the early stages, we used to draw our drawings, which is the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing drawings, after the architectural and structural drawings were frozen. But now with this software, we have an opportunity. We can do our drawings along with the structural and the architectural drawings. For the structure, there's always a clash between the two. And the building people who are in the construction industry will realize this. We cannot compromise on the structural elements of a building, prop beams, structure columns. So we have to accommodate, at the same time, we have to accommodate the building services also. So earlier we used to sit down together for hours to have a coordination drawing to avoid the clashes. Now with this software in place, we can have the clash detection right at the beginning of the project. And there are a lot of other features also. Inshallah, we'll be talking in detail about this tomorrow. And the information gathered here are right from the conception stage to the completion stage. And it's not just stored, it is action. So we can retrieve this action, retrieve this information, and act on the construction site. I don't know if I have just put in, I was trying to connect the software to this laptop, but we cannot. So I have put some videos just to show how we have the hands-on feel of this. We recorded the video yesterday. Revit is nothing but it is revised instantly. Just to tell you, in AutoCAD, on the plan, so if you have to change the doors or windows, you have to change and then go back to the elevation drawing and change it there. But with the Revit in place, we can do it instantly. As and when we change on the plan, it instantly revises the elevation also in the three-dimensional way. And as I was telling you before, we can visualize the project as we draw. There are different views, the camera view, walkthrough, and the section view. I hope I can do this. You are doing it? Okay. So this is one of the views wherein you can select the position of the cameras and it will show us how we are drawing it. All right? Small video we recorded yesterday. Yeah, next. So let's see the next one. Next one is walkthrough. Can do it, Maya. We need to select the path we want to walk through the project. Imagine this is being done at the beginning of a project. So you can visualize what you are really planning, what you are designing. All the combinations you can change while you are drawing. The false ceiling, the layouts, the doors, windows, building services can be seen. We will have a live demo of this software tomorrow, inshallah, in the parallel session. All right, I would request the engineers who are civil or electromechanical engineers and convey to the other, if you are from IT, this takes about 3 to 4 months of training. Probably, and in my last assignment, where I used to have about 40 draftsmen under me on design side, we had to upskill our draftsmen to go through this skill set of going to the beauty way. So the whole we could optimize even on the cost of the drawings. So going forward, for the designers on the civil, this is compulsory, inshallah. Okay, so let's move to the next one, which is sustainability or the green buildings. We have heard all of this. Okay. Sustainability, we heard this word. Okay. As we know, sustainability is the ability to meet the current requirements of the current generations without compromising really on the needs of the upcoming generation. So this is the basic definition of a sustainability, and we use different words to explain this. Green buildings, sustainable buildings, or the high performance buildings, they all mean the same. Okay, why sustainability? And especially on the construction side. So the topic is on the civil and the construction, and why we talk about sustainability on the construction. Because construction all over the world has a major impact on the environment of the world. It exploits large amount of primary energy and the natural resources. If you can see over there, the fresh water, what we withdraw from the ground, the construction industry itself uses about 15% of it, and 1/4 of the total wood what is harvested in the is used in the construction industry. And the CO2 release is more than actually the industry and the transport sector of the industry. And the greenhouse gases, which are the vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and ozone, what is the greenhouse gas? 30% of these are generated from the construction industry. And the water pollution, what is contributed to the total environment, 40 to 50% of it is from the construction industry. And the total solid waste, 40% of it is constituted by the construction. So we cannot take it lightly. So as a construction industry, if we do not take care of this, we will have a large impact, consequences on the environment, which we all know. We all listen about this. There are global seminars, international seminars on this. We listen about global warming. The Earth's surface temperature is being increasing alarmingly. We listen about it is every day or every year and every decade the surface temperature is increasing, and it is alarming. So it is not an individual effort, the global warming or the concept of sustainability. It is at the level of governments. The awareness is being created internationally, and we as individual professionals will be involved into it. And there will be regulations wherein we will not have any other options other than to stick to sustainability. The other consequences are the climate change. We see the different pattern of the weather being disturbed. We see the rains coming in summers. We all see that. The ozone layer being depleted. If the layer is being depleted, we have the threat of exposure to the sun's harmful UV rays. And the other thing is the groundwater depletion. We all know about this. A few years before, around 15, 20 years before, in south of Bangalore, if you dig a borewell in 100 to 150 feet, this is the water. Now we have to dig a bore for more than 1,000 feet, most parts of Bangalore, especially when north was before the problem, but even the south, we have to dig about 1,000 feet down. This is water is being depleted. It is a huge problem. We are not because we are thinking small as individual, but as a nation, as a world, there is a big issue over there. For information, Johannesburg is going to be a zero have the equipment engineered and installed according to the most optimized energy. So this is a new trend in the market. Now there are, especially for the mega projects, this is going to be a requirement. There are some posts called as energy engineer. All his job is to monitor the total consumption of the energy consumed in the building life cycle. Just list out, I was telling there are a lot of softwares involved here, equals design builders. We will be talking in detail about this tomorrow again. And there are optimization strategies, it's too technical, the thermodynamics, all of those. The different strategies where we can optimize the design so that we have the most efficient energy for the building. I'll just give an example very quickly because I know my time allotment. In my days in Abu Dhabi, most of the coastal areas, as you know, the ambient temperature is very aggressive. We talk about 40 to 50 degrees Celsius Fahrenheit as ambient temperature, and the RH value, the relative humidity, is very high, more than 90%. There will be a scenario wherein I was facing this myself, and most of you might have who live in those areas, especially in Ramadan when we do Tarawih. In the masjid of say 500 Musalli, it's full of worshippers. While we do Tarawih, the temperature is attained so quickly, we feel chilled in the inside the mosque. But at the same time, we're sweating. The reason being, the heat, the design of that particular masjid has not optimized its fresh air intake. So with this energy modeling, imagine for that public spaces like masjids, mosques, and the auditoriums, or any public place, we need to inject a lot of fresh air. Imagine the fresh air from that aggressive atmosphere we inject into the prayer area. It will add a huge, we have to bring the temperature from 15 degrees to say around 18 degrees. So we need a lot of cooling load, and which in turn is a lot of electrical load. So there is a concept of heat recovery. One of the strategies there, wherein we pre-cool the incoming fresh air to suit the room temperatures. And we can simulate this concept using the software. That's what I was trying to tell you. The software will help us, or the energy equals and the design by software will help us use these strategies to simulate throughout the year, through the season of the building and through the life cycle. With that simulation, we can design the building and then select the equipment. And this is a new trend, especially the big consultants are looking for the design engineers with this qualification. Okay, the next, I have just listed a few other upskilling opportunities for civil and mechanical engineers that are in the trend right now. We hear about, I won't be going detail about this. It is Primavera, one of those I have just listed, software for planning, which is a big must, especially the version P6. For all the professionals who would like to go into the planning side, this is a very beautiful software which connects from the beginning to the end of the project. And then the PMP, which is the project management professional. This is for those people who would like to shift their career into management. I being one of the PMP, I had to upskill myself because I initial stages I was in design and then construction, and then I moved into project management and into the management level. So I had to upskill myself with PMP. Anybody who would like to know more about Primavera and PMP, I would definitely be more than happy to assist you. And we spoke about LEED and IGBC also. Yeah, Samir spoke about that in his first slide. 3D modeling and all this we have listed, and there are many more. So there are a lot of opportunities for mechanical and civil engineers. The next slide this is my last slide. I just would like to take a couple of minutes on that, inshallah. So as Zakir Bhai was telling, we have at MFIRD the 4 verticals. The first one being the upskilling. The very maqsad or the very objective of the session here today. We not come here just to listen, as he was telling earlier. We have come here with certain purpose. We have come here with certain maqsad. We have, at the end of the day, give it back to the ummah to which we belong. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us the experience, the expertise, not just to earn money. It is not just to earn money. We have a high moral responsibility of giving it back to the ummah to which we belong. So we as MFID and iConnect, we have an initiative called Mentor and Menting, wherein we will be trying to connect the people who are interested to upskill themselves. We're not telling that we know everything of skill sets that are available in the market. But for sure, we know there are a lot of people, a lot of brothers in our ummah who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed with a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise. All what we are trying to do to create a platform to connect these two groups. People who would like to grow, people who would like to learn. We will be trying, inshallah, to connect these people to the people who know. That is, we intend to transfer the knowledge and the expertise. And as we say, Zakir Bhai was telling before, 2019 we had met here. Today is 2021 August, right? So we should have for the vertical of upskilling as an individual or as a employer, whichever category I belong to. I just should not listen. I should have a structured plan of upskilling. Upskilling never stops. It has to be done. It has to be done the way we manage a project or run a project. For a project to manage, you need to initiate a project. You have to plan the project. You need to execute it. And while executing it, you have to monitor and control, and then you have to close. So let's do the near, inshallah. We have today and tomorrow. These 2 days, let's sit down individually. Let's identify in which areas I have an opportunity to grow. Opportunities are there everywhere. So I need to identify, and probably we'll have a structured plan, with a time structured plan. And inshallah, by the next year, when we meet, inshallah, that is 22, I should be not what I am today. I should be what I am today plus. So let's do with that niyyah, inshallah. We are here to support you at any time. Inshallah, we look forward to listen to you and see your suggestions on this. And with that, inshallah, I should end my topic. Jazakumullah khair for kindness.
Jazakallah khair so much. Really wonderful talk. And mashallah, at the end, we have all made the good intentions. Hope we all are with him, right? Yes, no? Good, bad, something? Mashallah. Fine. So may I request Mr. Javed Shah, VP Engineering ABP, to come over and hand over the memento to Feroz Shah. Yeah, so all of us to have some of the other questions. And unfortunately, we couldn't have any questions so far. So now it's time for all of us to get up, okay? So we have the panel discussion now coming up with, mashallah, the same 2 speakers who have spoken today for now, plus a couple of more people from the industry and related backgrounds. So may I call upon the 4 speakers to come upon here. So number 1, I will start. And number 2, Samir White. And number 3, Professor Dr. Abdul Wasi. And number 4, Dr. Biswa. And I would call upon Abdullah Bhai to moderate. So have your questions ready and get up. So let's say it's a participation required from all of us, okay? The more we ask, the more we get benefit. And we have the time. We have the time for almost 20 minutes. So let's leverage this time and evaluate all the skills and the experiences from the leaders of all of them.
Quick introduction about the
esteemed panelists who are up today. We already know the infrastructure. He is a joint director in CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, part of Ministry of IT in the Government of India. So he is involved in a lot of national security IT projects. So we have a very esteemed panel with us. All of you from Hyderabad, a veteran in IBM, mashallah. So the first question I had, we spoke about upskilling and the need to get upskilled. So how do I, as an individual, plan a structured upskilling, plan for myself? If we can start with Shahid sir. A structured upskilling plan for myself. How do I go about that? The payroll I already spoken about. We manage the project and then we start the project. I felt very good when we started sharing about how we can start the project. So given that our things have to be more structured, and I think they can shift the level to where we are right now and where we are heading to. Because a lot of technologies are coming, we need to see the neighboring technology and the technology where I'm working and the technologies that is impacting me. So I think that's how we need to start thinking about various technologies around us and the way Philby has showed us, the way we need to plan and make it more structured, have the timelines, and the other thing which I see more, very effective is if you want to learn something, you can form a team of the like-minded people who are trying to achieve the same thing. So that becomes more easier to achieve anything what we want to do. As a fellow, we can have two comments. We do everything for certain needs related to the technology, what we do. The certain we do not do anything but and there is a lot of opportunities around us. All what we need to do is you have to have this opportunity, but you have the time. The time has to have the thing. We have to grab the point at that particular time. We are in 2021. I don't want to say without. We might go opportunity for the last 1.5 years. And I would say golden opportunity when they call. No, we have not about. We have a 5 challenges for 2 years in charge. We can identify which areas where I can improve. And we solve that. And that's what we call as
let us at least initiate today or tomorrow. And once we initiate it, then we can have say a couple of months to plan. Once we plan it, all what we have to do is execute. And during the execution, we have with the proper mentor, as a part of IPNX inshallah. We will be having the mentors for each of those who want to upskill. Those mentors will be monitoring and controlling your upskilling. So with this, inshallah, for the next year, we can close this upskilling program for each individual. So however people they are sitting here, it's about to upskill all of those.
Jazakallah. We can have two insights from Mr. Abdul Hasan.
As far as upskilling is concerned, everyone is working in the industry, where domain knowledge subject matter expertise. You have to have a vision, if not this in the future, near future vision, what's going on in your own industry, progress in this. Because whether you're working as an individual or as part of software, there is a competition for you. So, recent example we had where online schools have become predominant. So most of the teachers will not have computer science background or maybe IT background or practice really delivering lectures online. Most of them are not their job. So you have to know how your own university works. That will be important. And as the child said, if you have a you need to just start instead of use this language. It's not audible. Am I audible now? All right, sorry about that. So I was going to say that you have to have a vision. It's not distant vision. Your future vision to know within your own industry what is the development and progress taking place, so that you are prepared to enhance your skill. And moreover, if you're working in a company, find out from your own company if they have CPD and business professional development. But it's available in the corporates that they are very happy to sponsor you for upskilling your talent to keep up with the competition. That's all I'm going to say.
Jazakallah khair. Hafiz Misbah.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chancellor have extracted vision. We have two examples for that. One example from a working professional who was skilled in himself. Another example of a student who just passed out. So the working professional, he was actually from the paramedical domain. But his actual area of interest was something related to IT. But due to some domestic issues, health issues or financial issues, family issues, he ended up doing the paramedical course and then he just continued the job just to earn money. Later on, he was actually, when I met him, he was working with Cisco at a very good position. And he was the subject matter expert also in that. He was sort of a kind of person. I asked him that what's your background from where you are studying now. I was really surprised to know that a person from analytical background, then jumping directly into IT, networking, and then becoming a subject matter expert. So he said that he first moved out from that paradigm domain and then find a course. So he thought that, okay, anyhow, now my family is financial. There is some financial stability in the family right now. So he can take a decision. So he took the decision, came out and joined some university or some institute. And dedicatedly he did the course for a year. And before the end of the year, apart from what they teach, he said that I used to spend a lot of time in hands-on practical around. And by the end of the year, I thought that, okay, I'll be able to at least attempt an interview. Alhamdulillah, after one or two interviews, he got the job in Cisco. And as soon as he got the job, so then he started thinking that whatever I learned and what is here right now in the industry, in reality, there is a difference, obviously. So he tried his best, and alhamdulillah, in the next one more year, he became a subject matter expert. So that is the example. I personally met that person from working profession from one domain to another domain. Another example of a student who did, he was one of the toppers here in Bangalore from BMS Engineering College is there, very good engineering college. So he completed his engineering and after engineering, actually his studies people, he was in Singapore. And then he joined our organization and then for a 6-month diploma course. So when doing the diploma course, I motivated him that if you can do master's degree from US, because anyhow you have a background of what is it, Singapore education as well as this PMS education now. So he said that yes, I do have a plan. So actually, taking this decision, like when your vision requires some sort of determination as well. Okay. So passionately he followed that one. And what he did was he immediately, as soon as the system diploma was completed, so he joined IISc just for a project. Joining in the sense, he begged the IISc professor saying, sir, you do core research, which is purely theoretical. I will implement for you. I will develop a POC for you. And then the proof of concept he has implemented, and then he joined US University. Again, after that, we were really communicating through Facebook. So after 1.5 years, he called back and said that I want to meet you back in Bangalore. I completed my studies. So he said that, okay, you come here. So when he came, he said, I just asked him, you have completed your studies. So are you searching for a job here? So he said, no, sir, I got a job in Google as a security engineer. So these are very good examples of people who are really determined and passionate about upskilling. And now still for the last 6 years, the guy is in. So anyone, whether working professionally or a student, there is always a need for upskilling to continue our floating in the competition that is going on in the industry.
Jazakallah khair, Amir Saab, and Jazakallah the family for very insightful answers.
I just wanted to add one thing to our subject. Nowadays, the competition in the industry is big corporates like Google, Apple, whatnot, Facebook. They are not looking for a university degree or qualification from any institute. If you prove that you are able to complete the task, they will hire you in. So just try to focus on your skills rather than running after the degrees and certificates and qualifications. Prove that you can complete the task, whatever task they assign you, then there's no way that will stop you from working for that.
Jazakallah khair. So we can take questions from the audience now. It can be related to the session, the first session, as well as to Mr. Feroz about mechanical and civil, and as well any general question about upskilling to the esteemed panel here. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, there's one question.
My question is asking, like, what should be our motivation for doing this? What should be the reason? For example, one, what is the motivation for upskilling? Number two,
Yeah. Motivation and intention for upskilling. That is the question. So, morning session. We were talking about the need of upskilling, right? So the technologies are changing very fast. A lot of new technologies are coming. And if you want to be relevant in the industry or get an opportunity, so then you need to go for an upskill. Otherwise, you will not be having enough to get into the industry. Okay? And for the second question, the intention for the upskilling. So it is obvious that to
whatever intention we are making should be for good. So good to ourselves, good to the family, good to for the nation. So the every intention, if you make it good, so then it will have the greater impact. So intentions are more, we need to rectify our intentions as well. It should not be just to get the good money, but at the same time it should be to help others, to have the impact to many human beings for whatever we are doing.
Incidentally, I was just browsing a couple of days back. Someone had forwarded me the quote of other people. I just read out in Urdu first because it is in Urdu. याद रखें कि आफाक का इल्म हासिल करना ये वाजिब है। इमाम गजाली रहमतुल्लाह अलैह फरमाते हैं कि जिस इल्म की वजह से गैर मुसलमान पर गालिब आ सकते हो उस इल्म का हासिल करना मुसलमानों का वाजिब। This is directly from our Islamic scholars. So, no ilm अभी field was competitive world or anything. We want to be there in the competitive world and give competition to the other nations as well. Now, obviously, we have to upskill, we have to learn the technology. Otherwise, they would suppose if we don't do, if you don't do, then what will happen is you will not find the experts from our community in all the representations from our community in respective subject matters. That is where that is the first thing, that is wajib as per Hazrat Imam Ghazali. And regarding the intention, obviously intention should be to serve the humanity, to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Jazakallah, do we have any more insights from the panelists? Yeah, before we take that on this question, do we have any more insights? Yeah, before we take the question, we have some insights from the panelists.
We cannot afford to be mediocre in society. Being a part of the right room, or existing of the society, you have to have the right and honor. I said it's the best teachers possible in the form of what we do. So I avoid the last group. Having few engineers with us, our team is discussing about this improvement. I would request all engineers to actually do after them going to research. Research also, they think cannot afford to be mediocre. You have to have go to that top of the.
Jazakallah khair. We have another question from family.
Nowadays, many times they are saying that there are many sessions but there are many I don't know what clear they don't want to talk for the like what kind of players having for not upgrading themselves. But this is the first question. Another question, there are people who are working the same company on same technology, same tools for a very long time. Okay? And even if they are upgrading, they are not very good. So,
on this issue, I was referring to what part of our training have that mentor and mentee. Each one of who take the upkeep, you have to get connected to the mentor. The mentor is a lot of people, all of experts in almost everything. So if you get connected to the mentor, you give it directly to your
yeah, I think to answer your first question, right, it doesn't go for the fear of failure. They are in a comfort zone. They think that now I'm doing good. I can still stay for long for some more time. But I think they are missing the new technologies that are coming along. And we never know when the new technology, disruptive technology will overcome on the existing technology. So it is always advisable for any person to be in a company where people are talking about this. If not today, listening to these talks multiple times, if not today, a day will come for him to start thinking that this is the time I need to upskill. So, and mashallah, nowadays, the new normal has helped us to get accustomed to these upskilling sessions in our own pace. Right? We need not to take go out for getting our upskills. We sitting at our bedrooms, we can upskill ourselves. Right? So the other question about the why people are sticking to the same company for long, maybe is pointing to be I've been for more than 20 years now. So that's why I think the question is why did we stay for so long? Because there are a lot of opportunities within the company itself to look out and upskill yourself there and look out various roles and work on various technologies. You see, myself have worked on multiple technologies across various departments, various countries, and various languages. So, if you are comfortable and if you feel that whatever you are doing good, and you are good there, and you are seeing opportunities to grow within the company, then you need not to look out for other places. So, being there, and again, I think. Being there in the same company for a long time, you have better chances to lead many of the new opportunities, new initiatives. So that way, I think people stay there. And if you are talking, if people are still not getting opportunities, they are still there on the same technology for long. I think we need to motivate them to get upskills and then look out for other opportunities, help them to come out of the phobia. Right?
Abdul Nasir Saab, we can have some insight from you.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons, maybe reasons that people are complacent. They don't want to change. Or working for a long time. They develop congratulations because they don't take switch to new company. They're not get a single congratulations for you. Also the comfort zone. So so all these times, besides this self-motivation, and as Muslims, I think we should do as we are, and find out in the violence how you find stop by and just talk to them. What are they doing so they can connect us? I mean, honestly, if you go into Muslim realities late night, they're just, doing basic time, banking. A lot of talent in Muslim countries, but they're listening. Either they're working at videos, after coming back to the office, they go back and sleep at 3 or 4 in the morning, speaking further, and take away 11, 12, 1 hour or 2 o'clock. So this is a problem for the society right now. So as MFIRD society focus on technology, I think we also have to have some focus on society and so why our youth are not motivated to change. What is that? I see, unless we adopt to change, and the problem is not extent we have to adopt to change. There is nothing permanent except change.
All right. I think in the interest of time, we can take another 2 questions and just one answer from the panelists. Perhaps one of the panelists can take up the question and we'll have the question. Yeah, that way we have a question there. In the interest of time, we'll take 2 questions. The panelists are here for complete 2 days. You can talk to them, interact with them, and get answers to your questions. Yeah. Walaikum salam.
I think that we want to moving on the top people, but the problem is like the parents who say focus on and so I want to know, I want to say how do you think about it? How do you
That was a very good question. So you have to know yourself. If you are very talented, you have exceptional skills, you build this networking. So, let me say, shiny or shiny, if you find somebody to do that, reach out to those professionals and something about your talent and ask them for an internship or something that you can use in the organization and work on an assignment. Don't ask for money. Just say you want to do something that you have, or make a prototype yourself at home. Get a network connection, go to the company and demonstrate what you have. The moment you do that, it's an icebreaker. There's no problem for it. That's going to be the
All right. So we have one more question. This will be the last question, inshallah, and then we will continue with the program.
When you if they want to change its domain, like some other field, once you get upgraded, the problem is facing is experience problem. Once you want to learn other problem, they are asking for 8 years, 5 years. The same problem is every idea of 9 years. So how do you?
Maybe Hafiz Misbah Sahab can take this question now. Or Mona Shahid sir.
I think the past experience of the concept and your attitude towards learning the new technology that's also come. And as the master said, if you are doing yourself in that particular technology, then you are safe. So I think that should be the main part getting into that technology. And just now, brother has shared the examples such as how they have changed the domain themselves and what. So the same strategy has to be adopted. So whatever technology or wherever you are working, you first try to do better there, excel there, and you learn what all good you are learning from that technology. So most of the time, the technology that is teaching us will be taken further for any new technology. So I think it is going to value add. If you have done something, you have experienced on something, so that will become base for you to go and adopt the new technology. And as rightly said, we need to prove that we are good in that technology. So that's where, so the interview, when you are sitting there and you are impressing the interviewer, so that is the place you get an opportunity.
All right, so we have some quick insights from Mr. Abdul Basit Sahab and Hafiz Sahab.
To answer your question, Alhamdulillah, it all depends on what feedback on that work. I believe I have experience in years of working position. I have very strong feedback from the employer. How you are adjusting employer feedback to the new employer. They interview answers, not just candidate, but also interview your employer was your background. So when you have a good job, once you upgrade the skills, it's very insightful for you. 2 examples here. One related to programming. Something like this one. a couple of brothers here who are sitting here, who said that you give me any programming language, I develop whatever you want, any programming language. So that actually boils down to the understanding of the concept actually of the program. That is what important. So if you know that, then just moving from one language to another language does not matter much. And obviously your experience and your experience is also counts. Second example is, there are a couple of guys who are, in my domain, cybersecurity, more importantly, more specifically, identity and access management, and all. Many new advancements in IoT has swept the entire IT. I mean, human also have become a thing now, right? So, with this fast development, rapid development, the most important aspect that they have said to me is the core of cybersecurity, cryptography, that very strongly, and the concepts of identity and access management. So they said that, okay, earlier we were doing for human beings, now we are doing for devices. The core concepts never goes away. So that is a more important aspect. That is what I would like.
Jazakallah khair, esteemed panel. So we now move on to the next session. Meanwhile, you see on the screens in the last 1.5 years, during the So we thank the esteemed panel for the insights and their comments. So before we move on to the next session, talking about upskilling, we've had about 8 hands-on courses, alhamdulillah, and about 72 webinars. Every week we conduct sort of practical webinars. So these are happening for the last 1.5 years since the pandemic. And these can be found on the link given on the screen. So this was just a comment. Over to Zakir Bhai for the next session.
Mashallah, that was a really engaging session with the panelists, mashallah. And we got, mashallah, quite a good number of questions, but in the interest of time, we couldn't carry on for a long time. So, hope everybody is still fresh? Anybody needs a break? Okay, because in the interest of time, we'll do one thing, we'll just do one small quick activity to just warm up ourselves and mashallah introduce each other. So there's a 1-minute activity. Okay, so listen to the instructions carefully. 1-minute activity. So I will humbly request everybody to stand up. Mashallah. So now, 15 seconds. Okay. So totally 1 minute. So 15 seconds each. To your right, to your front, to your back, and to your left. Okay. Just introduce yourself with your name, from which place you have come, with the designation, and with the company. Shall we start? The timer? Yes. Start. Okay, 5 minutes. Done? That was good. Yeah, you can take your seats. Please be seated, don't go out. The session continues. Okay. In the interest of time, actually we had a break, but unfortunately in the interest of time, we are running short of time and we have a lot of things to cover. So before we move on to the next session, so I will repeat. So as we intended in the start of the meeting, in the start of the workshop, let's not go empty mind and empty hand. Empty hand doesn't mean that something. Okay, so it means that let's all make intention that mashallah, let's all contribute. Let's all give back to the society. So for that, what I can give back, I have to rethink on myself. So mashallah, in the last 1 year, so almost 72 webinars, and webinars are held in a week. One in a week. On a Sunday, that means to say 72 webinars means 72 weeks. How many years? 1 year has how many weeks? How many weeks in a week, in a year? 50? 52. Good. So that means to say there's more than a year. So almost for a year and a half, Alhamdulillah, this process is going on. Every Sunday we have a webinar, and all these have been recorded in that tinyurl.com MFIRD. And mashallah, off late, recently, hands-on courses have also started. Okay, so see what you can contribute in a way. Okay, let's move on. So the next session of our
then just have it.
So we'll do one thing. We will just take a bio break of 5 minutes. Okay. So let's be back. It's 12:08. So let's be back by 12:15. Okay. 7 minutes. Okay. So you can take a bio break and come back by 12:15. And those who have not got the tea, you can help yourself. And those who are comfortable can keep seated. The tea is served at my left-hand side. So we'll start by 12:15, 7 minutes break, bio break. MS Shahid Afsar. Sayyid Shahid Afsar. ये बड़े थे ना मौलाना। हाँ जो पैनल में बड़े थे। No. Time you are MFIRD. Correct. Panel. नहीं आ रहा है MFIRD का Side line.
बोले तो वो भी बयान करूंगा पीपीटी नहीं करते उसका 10 मिनट का 5 मिनट का दिखा तो ना दिखाना साढ़े क्या करते 10 मिनट का प्रिंट आउट कम ही हो क्या आप में मेन चीज का प्रिंट आउट छोड़ो ये सुबह का प्रिंट आउट रेडी करेगा क्या
Shall we start back? Sci-fi. So shall we start? So humble request to all of you to get back in places. So shall we start? Hopefully all are done with their bio breaks and mashallah, second piece. Okay. Yeah, let's get started. We are running short of time. So the next section is on the entrepreneurship. There is a quote from Napoleon Hill which says, if you cannot do great things, do small things in a great way. So this session, we will be covering the entrepreneurship, what has happened, the need for entrepreneurship, incubating the incubator, and the other stuffs. So I call upon Mr. Abdul Wahid Saab to enlighten the audience with the opportunities and need for entrepreneurship. A small introduction of Abdul Wahid Saab. He is a managing director from Binia Fine Corporation Limited and is the founder of MIA. MIA is a Muslim Industrial Association, a cluster of 100 plus companies. And mashallah, he is the founder of that, and we have the honor to have him here with us, to have the kind words for us on the need for entrepreneurship and the opportunities that exist. A humble request for all those people who are standing behind, come back, come back. Outside. Is it audible now? Last. Am I audible? Those who cannot hear in the last, please raise their hands. Those who cannot listen to me in the last room, please raise their hands. That means everybody is able to hear, Masha. Yeah. So just okay. So regarding the opportunities and need for entrepreneurship, I would call upon Mr. Abdul Wahid Saab to come upon and enlighten the audience.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Till now, you are hearing the people who are highly qualified, and they are come up with the PPT presentation. But I am below average student. Throughout my studies, I am below average. And in the diploma in mechanical engineering, I have taken two attempts to pass mathematics. I have completed my diploma in mechanical engineering in 1977. As I didn't have any PPT to show you all these things, I am presenting myself how I became an industrialist. The day I gave my final exam, the very next day I came back to Bangalore.
to in search of a job because I had a vision that I should start an industry right from the beginning. So when I came to Bangalore in 1977, I got a job in HMT Incidents. At that time, they told me that they took me as an trainee engineer, and they didn't pay me for 3 months. And they told me to you show some progress, we will pay you. In the 4th month, they paid me 150 rupees. 150 rupees per month. I worked there for around a year and I got the complete control on quality systems. Because there they are manufacturing 3G charger and face plates for HMD. So the second year I resigned from there and joined a company for 250 rupees, which is in Rajajinagar as a supervisor. I worked there for 4 years, from supervisor level to at least to plant manager in 5 years. And 6th year, I resigned my job and started my own industry. Because I had determination that I should do something. Actually, I'm a first generation industrialist. In my family, all the people are working. And my two elder brothers who went to Saudi Arabia and joined Aramco in a good positions, executive positions. And they called me over there to join over there. Because they are working in Aramco at that time, in 77. There's a lot of demand is there for engineers from India. I don't know, I'll not come. I have decided that I'll do something here. And my elder brother told me, no, you have to come back because if you stay here, tum fakir ke fakir raho. Because you can't do anything in India. I told him, Allah wishes I am agreeable for that also. जो हालत में अल्लाह रहते तो उस पर मैं राजी हूँ. Alhamdulillah, I started my industry in 1982 as a partnership company. And you know that when you start industry from scratch and you are a first generation industrialist, you have to struggle hard. Alhamdulillah, we have worked more than 12 to 14 hours per day. At that time, getting a phone is also a big issue, big problem. Wherever I go in 1982, to the big companies, they say, I don't have a phone. I tell, sorry, I didn't have a phone. They tell, sorry, we can't give you orders. Because we can't chase up, we can't personally visit. So if you get phone, you come back to us. There's a time, tough time, getting a phone. It needs minimum in MSME categories also, it takes more than 3 years to get a phone. And then in 1990, I made this company a private limited company. Alhamdulillah, today I have around 180 staff workers with me, in which 12 engineers are there working for me. Alhamdulillah, I have trained hundreds of engineers in my company, and I have sponsored them for their studies also. Alhamdulillah, they are in a very good positions in India. Most of the people are in abroad. So when I started, I didn't have any single pie in my pocket when I left my job. I asked my father, can you give me some money? He asked me, what do you do? I told I could start industry. Then he told me, you are going to lose the money. I told no, give me for 2 years, I'll return back. Alhamdulillah, I returned back the money. I didn't have anything, but I have a determination. I have a vision that I should do something here outside. The brothers who went to Saudi Arabia, they earned a lot, but what social status, what inner satisfaction I have got, they couldn't able to get that. Alhamdulillah, people are working with me, and direct employment in my factory itself is around 175 people are there. And indirect, the companies who are working for me is more than 100 people are there. So you have some determination, you have some vision, but then you can do anything. Allah is with us. Allah is with us. You have some dreams in you. If you have dreams, inshallah, Allah will make it possible. But only on tawakkal, with efforts, you can do anything. Because without efforts, you will not succeed. That's why Surah Fatiha, Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. First, you have to work. Ibadat first, do first, then make dua. Certainly Allah will help you. Without doing Allah's, expecting Allah's help, it will not come. So we have to work hard. Then we have to seek help of Allah. Allah will certainly help. And we are not earning only for my family, my wife, my children. Because we are being sent towards humanity. We are being sent for humanity, not for self. Allah has given us lot of ni'mats. And we have to thank Allah that Allah has given us ni'mat. How we have to thank? One is by telling my mom, okay, Alhamdulillah, Allah has given you. Reality is that we should thank Allah for the ni'mats what He has given. Ni'mat Allah has given the ni'mat. And Allah's rights have on that ni'mat. जो अल्लाह ताला ने हमें नेमत दी है, वो नेमत देने वाले का हक उसके अंदर है। वो अल्लाह का हक है उस नेमत के अंदर, जो नेमत अल्लाह ताला ने हमें दी है, चाहे वो मान दिया है, वो अल्लाह की नेमत है, और उसमें अल्लाह का हक है। उस नेमत को अल्लाह की मखलूक पर लगाए। अल्लाह ताला ने इल्म दिया है, वो नेमत है, उस इल्म को इंसानियत के नफे के लिए इस्तेमाल करें। अल्लाह ताला ने सलाहियत दी है, वो सलाहियत को इंसानों के फायदे के लिए इस्तेमाल करें। ये नेमतें अल्लाह ताला ने दी हैं। असल शुक्राना अल्लाह ताला का ये है कि जो नेमत दिया है अल्लाह ताला, उस नेमत में देने वाले का हक समझे। ये मेरा नहीं है, ये अल्लाह ने दिया है। खारून यही फरमाया था, ये मेरा माल है, ये मेरा है, मैंने कमाया है। फिर वो माल उसे कामयाब नहीं कर सका। अल्लाह ताला ने उस माल के साथ उसे धसा दिया। ये अल्लाह ताला ने जो दी है वो अल्लाह की तरफ से है। वो अल्लाह का दिया हुआ नेमत अल्लाह की मखलूक के लिए लग जाए तो फिर अल्लाह ताला जो है उस नेमत में बरकत दे। और वो चीज अल्लाह ताला उन नेमतों को उनकी नस्लों में चढ़ाएंगे।
वरना देखा है जो बड़े बड़े मालदार उनके मान के रहते हैं वो दुनिया में नाकाम होगी चलेगी। तो ये नेमत है अल्लाह ताला की, और अल्लाह ताला ने हमें जिम्मेदार बनाकर दुनिया में भेजा है। मैं गैर जिम्मेदार नहीं है, हम जिम्मेदार बनाकर भेजेंगे। और लोगों की तरफ से अल्लाह ने भेजा है, हम नहीं आए, हमें भेजा गया है। तुम खैर उम्मत फरमाया, तुम भेज रहे इंसानों की तरफ भेज रहे, अल्लाह ने हमें भेजा है, हमें जिम्मेदार बनाकर भेज रहे हैं। तो जिम्मेदार को हमेशा जिम्मेदारी के बारे में सवाल होता है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज भी है तो फिर अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी है उसके साथ। तो अल्लाह ताला ने नेमत दिया है और जिम्मेदार बनाया है, तो जिम्मेदारी के बारे में कल क़यामत के दिन सवाल होगा, नताइज के बारे में सवाल नहीं होगा। नेमत के बारे में और जो अल्लाह ताला ने जिम्मेदारी दी है उसके बारे में कल सवाल होगा जिम्मेदारी के बारे में कि तुमने जिम्मेदारी को कितना पूरा किया। ये सवाल हर एक से होगा। नताइज के बारे में सवाल ही होगा, क्योंकि नताइज अल्लाह ताला के हाथ में, बंदों के हाथ में नताइज अल्लाह ताला ने नहीं रखा है। अगर सही तदबीर और सही कोशिश और ये की जाती है तो फिर अंजाम अल्लाह ताला कामयाब निकालते। तो हम जिम्मेदार बनाकर दुनिया में भेजेंगे और हमारे से सवाल हो, जो जो नेमतें, जो जो सलाहियतें अल्लाह ताला ने दी है इसके बारे में पूछ होगी। जैसा कल क़यामत के दिन अंबिया इकराम से भी सवाल होगा कि तुमने जिम्मेदार बना के उम्मतें जुटलाई है, या इन्होंने हमें आए नहीं थे कोई। तो अंबिया इकराम से भी सवाल हो कि हमने जिम्मेदार बनाकर भेजे थे। तो हमारे से भी सवाल होगा कि हमारे पास अल्लाह ताला ने हर एक के पास ये सलाहियतें दी है, उन सलाहियतों को इस्तेमाल कर करके हम कैसे आगे बढ़े और कैसे उम्मत को नफा बख्शे, कैसे इन रिटर्न दे। जैसे हमारे एंकर ने शुरू में फरमाया कि व्हाटएवर अल्लाह हैज गिवन दिस व्हाट वी आर रीपेइंग बैक टू द उम्मत, वो असल है, वो हम सिर्फ हम घर के लिए नहीं आए हैं। जैसे किसी ने कहा कि अगर कोई आदमी अपने बीवी बच्चों के लिए जी रहा है तो वही उम्मत के लिए जिंदा लाश है, इस उम्मत के लिए वो जिंदा लाश है, उसे कोई फायदा नहीं होता। और अल्लाह ताला ने सलाहियतें दी है, अगर आदमी सलाहियतों को इस्तेमाल नहीं करता कि मेरी बस है, मैं हूँ, मेरी फैमिली है, मुझे इतना काफी है, तो ये अच्छा मामला नहीं है अल्लाह की के साथ। क्यों? मुझे कैपेसिटी दी गई थी, अल्लाह ताला ने मुझे कैपेसिटी दी है, मैं और मेरी कैपेसिटी, मेरी फैक्ट्री को बढ़ा सकता हूँ और मैं 50 आदमियों को मैं उनको जो है काम दे सकता हूँ। अल्लाह ताला ने मुझे इतनी सलाहियत दी है, अगर मैं इन सलाहियतों को इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैंने इनके साथ खैर खाई का मामला नहीं किया, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला ने मुझे इतनी सलाहियत दी, इतनी कैपेबिलिटी दी थी। आई कैन डू इट बट आई एम नॉट डूइंग, इट इज नॉट जस्टिस। तो हमारे से पूछो, मैंने तुझे इज्जत की सलाहियत दी और तूने अपनी सलाहियतों को महदूद कर दिया। तो मेरे मोहतरम बुजुर्ग अजीज दोस्तों, हमें काम करने के लिए, एक एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने के लिए एक अज़ाइम का होना चाहिए। एक अज़ाइम अगर बना लेते हैं, डिटरमिनेशन कर लेते हैं कि आई हैव टू डू इट, आई हैव टू डिसाइड दैट आई शुड परफॉर्म आवर तारीफ, तो फिर कामयाबियां हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह टुडे आई हैव मोर देन 10 मल्टीनेशनल customers are all based in all world. Alhamdulillah, they do business with me. ये सब अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से मिलता है। जैसे सहाबा डिटरमिनेशन था, या तो अल्लाह का पैगाम दुनिया में आम हो जाए या तो हम खत्म हो जाए। तो फिर कामयाबियों के खत्म चूक दी। तो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने के लिए अगर अल्लाह के भरोसे के ऊपर अगर हम लोग तय कर देंगे तो फिर अल्लाह ताला की मदद भी आएगी और हम कामयाब भी हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला ने हमें सलाहियत के साथ पैदा किया, हमें बेवकूफ बनाकर नहीं पैदा किया। अभी मैंने एक पोस्टिंग अल कासिम ट्रस्ट की मैंने देखी कि 2-3 दिन पहले, बेवकूफ पर लानत है अल्लाह ताला की। करीबन रियाजुल सालिहीन की हदीस उन्होंने मेंशन की, पोस्टिंग के अंदर डेली जो कैलेंडर आता उसके अंदर अल्लाह ताला ने हमें अकल वाला बना कर भेजा। हम अपने अकल को इस्तेमाल करें, हम सब एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं बन सकते, मगर तय कर लेना, देखना कि अपने जेब को देखना है। अब जितने बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं उनकी हिस्ट्रियों को पढ़े, आज इंडिया के टॉप मोस्ट हैं। अंबानी के पूछे, उसका बाप एक मरतबा शुरू में वो पेट्रोल पंप में काम करता था। इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने के लिए कि माल का ही होना जरूरी नहीं है, एक अज़ाइम करते तो अल्लाह की मददें आएगी। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे मुस्लिम इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट एसोसिएशन के अंदर 500 से ज्यादा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, मुस्लिम एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, जिसके अंदर 60 के करीब वुमेन्स हैं एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और रनिंग इंडस्ट्रीज। और तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज के बारे में अगर मैं कहूँ तो बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटीज है आपके पास। अब जो है अब हालात में बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटीज, क्योंकि कस्टम ड्यूटीज वगैरह सारी चीजें बढ़ा दिए हैं और चाइना जो है, चाइना से लेना ये लोग बंद कर रहे हैं पूरा वर्ल्ड वाइड, ज्यादा उनसे ये नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं इंजीनियरिंग आइटम्स के अंदर। तो बहुत डिमांड है, बहुत डिमांड है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत है। अगर हम लोग अज़ाम करके पहले एक एक्सपीरियंस लेना है, यू हैव टू वर्क इन सम कंपनी, डोंट सी फॉर मनी, पैसा नहीं मिलता, मगर वहां पर जो है मेहनत करके मुझे नॉलेज कमाना। When I joined as a supervisor कंपनी के अंदर, राजेश नगर के अंदर, I know that I'm not getting money for my efforts what I'm putting, but I know that I can gain knowledge at his cost. At his cost, I can earn things. In 4 years, I earned so much of knowledge, I can run an industry. I'm working for 12 hours per day. He's not paying me overtime anything, but I know that I'm not getting any money. But I know that I can gain knowledge here and I can do my business on his money. I can learn all these things. So, lot of opportunities are there and everybody has got that capability. They have to come up with their capabilities and see that what I can do for this. Inshallah, Allah will help us with this. I'll close my talk. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah. Instructor Wahid Sahab. So may I request Shanwaz Khan Sahab to come over and hand over the moment. Shanwaz Khan Sahab. Abdullah. Yeah, that was quite inspiring talk, mashallah. It's told, a leader is the one who knows the way, who goes the way, and who shows the way. A leader is the one who knows the way, who goes the way, and who shows the way. So there's something we have all been hearing about: incubating, incubatorship, all those things. So now next in line we have the talk from Miraj Fahim Bhai, mashallah, about incubating the incubator. Most of you would be aware of his profile, just let me read it out. He is a founder of the Hacking School, India's first coding bootcamp, which is acquired as iCollege Limited, CEO Code.in, and founder and teacher Code for India Foundation, Innovation Fellow 2018, Government of Telangana. So we have the honor to have his team, his team. And I would like to call upon his team to have the talk on incubating the incubated flow.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ilyas couldn't join us, but I am his team. I'm Ilyas Shah. We have come all the way from Hyderabad. We are from Adventure Incubation Foundation, known as Adventure Park. And I'm the incubation manager there. And yep. It's really good. I'm feeling really good being here, talking to and getting an opportunity to talk in front of you all. And yeah, let's begin then. So, not really a presentation, but more of a heart-to-heart conversation which I'll be having with all of you. And I would start with my story. So I just finished my business administration a year back. And when I finished my 12th, I went into my degree first year. The planning starts, right? What do you want to do? What do you want to do in the future, right? The planning starts. And my plan was pretty simple back then. And I was advised by many people, focus on your studies, focus on your attendance, focus on your assignments, focus on your exams, get good grades, and get a campus placement. And yeah, the life goes on. And my plan was pretty simple: get a campus placement, and maybe I'll earn 3 to 4 lakhs per annum, and maybe I'll do a job for another couple of years, get my master's done, and from that 4 per annum, I might go to 6 or 8 per annum. That was my plan. And thinking of it, when I would ask you, why am I doing this? What is the motive really? And I would just think of it. I would not get a concrete purpose or an answer. The only thing I could see was a paycheck, like with that amount. That was the only thing I could see. And that was not very satisfactory for me. And I would, still rethink, is this something which I really want to do? What am I actually doing? What am I going to work at? I don't know. What exactly will happen? Maybe the company will train me and I just follow the instructions and I just keep moving on. But that was not it. So I started experimenting with things while I was in my first year and, starting to experiment with different sectors. Like, what can I do actually? Tried many times, tried esports, couldn't do very well. And I have a friend who's a serial entrepreneur, same age as mine. He starts up. If he fails, he'll start up again. If he again fails, he'll start up again. And he will always say, did you consider entrepreneurship as something that you would, pursue in your future? And I was still blank, but I was open to it. One day he comes in, it was September 9th, 10th and 11th. There was a workshop, 3-day workshop on leadership, exploration and development. And he comes in a week back and he says, buddy, let's go to this workshop. I want to take you there. It's a 3-day workshop. Let's do it. Experiment with things, get to meet these people. You'll get to know how they think. We'll be meeting intellectuals and stuff. And I was like, okay, fine. Let's do that. So it's a 3-day workshop. I was like, how much do I have to pay for the registration? He said 750 rupees. So back then as a student, it was a big deal for me. I was like, biryani khane ko 750 really? But he was pretty on it. It was pretty rigid. No, you have to come. Just give it a try. Make it happen. And then I was like, fine, let's do this. And I went to the workshop. When I got to know it's about entrepreneurship, all those filmy things started coming into my brain on the entrepreneurship, how it is glamorized. Thinking of a guy coming out of an S-Class or maybe a BMW, walking up the office, getting a corner office and signing deals and meeting people. And I thought, it's a faster way of making money. That's what I thought initially. That was a workshop I bumped into Miraj. It was his session, my CEO. The second day, 10th September, it was a session on entrepreneurship. And the last thing we spoke about was money. The last thing. We didn't even talk about it actually. What we spoke about was innovation. What we spoke about was problem solving. It was about adding value. It was about making a change. It was about giving back to the society. It was about building companies. It was about creating employment. It was about empowering people. And that day was beautiful because that day I found purpose. That day I found an objective, and I was like, damn, there is a reason for doing this. Here, my reason is not of money. That's a byproduct which follows, right? I'm not doing this for fame. I'm not doing this to be famous. I'm doing this for a reason. There is a purpose. And that day I turned to my friend. I said, hey, bhai, I want to be an entrepreneur. He said, great, wow. What are you going to build? What are you have in India? He said, I don't know. I'll figure it out, but I'm sure this is something I want to do. Loved it. And then the next moment on, I started stalking Miraj. Wherever he used to go, I used to go. Wherever he would have a talk, I would just be there, sit on that seat, and be like, I'm going to learn something. Miraj is there. Nice, super, let's do it. Even if there was my college or anything, I would just skip it and I would go and followed him, nicely stalked him. It was the 4th or 5th meeting. It was 11th of January 2020. The 4th session on all about incubation. It was in Adventure Park, MS Office, Hyderabad. I still didn't know what's that all about, but I just went there because there was Miraj. And next day, I get a call from the same guy who I met in the workshop. So he was working with Miraj, and he gave me a call. I was sleeping nicely. I woke up the phone. I just heard two things. I heard Miraj Fahim. I heard Adventure Park. Like a decent guy, I waited patiently. He finished his talk. He was trying to, say, come and work with us, and you will get this and this and that and this and that. I was just quiet because I heard those two things. I was satisfied. After that, I said, I'm coming. And that started my journey with Adventure Park. Guy who's completely blank. I had no clue about what incubation is all about. I had no clue about anything. But Miraj gave me an opportunity and he was like, that doesn't matter, just come in. And I started working with him. The first day we spoke about mindset of a VC, about identifying opportunities. And I was introduced to this term of incubation. I got to know that incubation is a place where they help businesses and startups scale and grow. And at that time I was introduced to Adventure Park, which is a student-focused startup incubator. So we work with student entrepreneurs having raw ideas or concepts. We help them shape those ideas. We help them turn those ideas into reality, work with them very closely, and that idea is turned into value and revenue generating startup. That is what we do at Adventure Park. So, as I said, very new for me because when I was in my college, I never heard about this thing. I never heard about entrepreneurship. I never heard about any of this. All I could hear was placements, assignment, attendance. These three things. Mainly, there was no conversation happening. One day, when I was having a walk with Miraj, I went to him and I was like, Miraj, I had a question. College में ये सब चीजों की बातें होती हैं. आप placements ले लो, आप ये कुछ ले लो. ये चलता होगा. Would this really happen? कि कोई student जिसके पास idea है, वो आगे आना, he should start a company which is so uncertain and so risky. Would a person come forward and do it? Would this work? Is what I asked him. He asked me कि इंडिया में नहीं छोड़ो, हैदराबाद में कितने स्टूडेंट्स होंगे? ऐसे लाखों होंगे. इसे वो लाखों में अगर एक भी है और वो एक बच्चा या एक student, if he builds a company and if he employs maybe 50 people, that means you are empowering 50 families. That means you are putting food on their table. That means you are improving their quality of life. You are employing them. And that leads to contributing to the GDP of India directly. And this is an initiative which can move the economic needle of our country. And that is my driving principle since then. And I think, yes, this is for India, this is for Umad, and bas yahi karna hai. We started visiting colleges. We gave info sessions, visited more than 10 colleges. जहाँ पे we were saying कि students, boys and girls, you have an idea, you have a concept, come forward, right? वो होता नहीं होता, वो चलता नहीं चलता, that's a different story altogether. But what we want you to do is we want you to give it a try, an honest try, and there is no loss. For a student, they have all the time and energy in the world wherein they can experiment with ideas, they can work on it, real time products, working on something with real time. And if that happens, it's amazing. Be tell them to be ambitious, be crazy, super ambitious, be non-linear. Because that's how you achieve something extraordinary. That's how you achieve extraordinary results. That vision is super important. And that vision is the reason why we have people like Abdul Wahid Saab. He बड़ा सोचें, thinking big, that is step 0. That is essential. And that was not happening when I was in my college. I would not see that happening anywhere. I was limiting myself till 3 lakh per annum. I was not thinking big. Beyond that, I have no clue what I'm going to do, right? We start with thinking big, taking them through other fundamental tracks like validating this idea, building their MVP prototypes, launching super fast with their minimum viable product, which means a basic version of their product but functional, taking feedback, iterating, launching again, making it better, building their business models, financial models, getting on, helping them with the legal compliances and so on. With this happening in parallel, we have 1:1 sessions wherein we closely work with these startups, sit with them, understand their problem, because when it's a company, there is no one size fits all. There is no template for it. We sit with them, it's completely real time, and we help those startups grow. And I've seen so many pivots happening, ideas changing and all that stuff, but these founders are really making it happen. 102 startups, 250 plus student entrepreneurs, and these student entrepreneurs building companies, raising investments, building products, more than 25 launched, including beta launches and public launches, more than 6 technical proof of concepts achieved, and so on and so forth. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. The 4th cohort is running right now. Thinking big was the thing, and that's what we are doing. And this is what we say since day one, that this is for India. We are doing this. I don't work with people who crib about problems. I don't work with people who just complain. I don't work with people who say कि ये मेरे लिए क्या कर सकती है, government मेरे लिए क्या कर सकती है, या ये company मेरे लिए क्या कर सकती है. We are those who would like to answer ki, what can we do for India? What can we do for the society? What can we do for the people? And that is what we are focusing on. These student entrepreneurs are focusing on daunting problems. They are solving problems like mental health. We have a startup called goodmind.co. It's a platform where which aims to make mental wellness accessible, affordable, while maintaining anonymity of the patients. You go to goodmind.co, you take a free AI-powered assessment, you get the result, and they connect you with the right doctor, maintaining complete anonymity of you. Right? We have startups who are focusing on women's safety. Guardian, that they made a jacket. It's already live. They made a jacket which has taser-like capabilities, instant messaging alert, and live GPS tracking for women, and that will not give a shock to them, but to the attacker. That is to fight women's safety. We have so many startups working on plastic pollution, bioreform. They are making biodegradable bags which will biodegrade in 180 days, not made from plastic, as strong as plastic bags, but the best alternative. And these students are making it happen. They are making big. And you know what's happening? Alhamdulillah, the conversations are changing. They 250 student entrepreneurs inspired their classmates, their college mates, more hundreds, that hundreds turning into thousands, and the number is growing. People are getting inspired, students are getting inspired, and they are starting to think big, which is the root cause. The conversations are changing. They are changing from casual conversations about maybe big boss or roadies to innovation, to problem solving, and that's happening, alhamdulillah. That is the big thing, focusing on the root cause, right? The last MFIRD session which happened in Hyderabad, when I heard Ibad Mubin Saab, the question when he asked, did we think big? And he said, no, we didn't. I could feel that pain, wo fikr thi unke andar, wo dard tha, when he said, no, we didn't think big. That is what we are focusing on. We are wanting these students and many others to go, to fly, to grow. And whatever support you need, we are there with you. We are going to make it happen. And inshallah, we will make it happen. So what are we doing? We are creating assets for India. We are raising unicorns for India. In the next 3 years, inshallah, we are aiming to give India its first unicorn, inshallah, in the next 3 years. And that is what Adventure Park is doing. It's a community of problem solvers. It is a place where you will feel, where you will meet quality people. And this is what Adventure Park does. And it's really an opportunity. And I'm so thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I'm getting to work with these super ambitious and amazing people. Even though these students face so many problems from their home, their colleges and stuff, but still they never, give up. And they are genuinely interested in the problems, solving the problem. And more than 60% are women entrepreneurs. The ecosystem, what's our contribution? It's very less, very less. And in the past 1.5 years, we have given more than 250 plus Muslim entrepreneurs to the ecosystem. More than 100 startups in the ecosystem. That is what we have done. And it is not easy, whatever we are doing. But Miraj always says there is an easy answer and there is a right answer. The easy answer is not always right, and the right answer is not always easy. So this is what we are focusing on. And meanwhile, we have also realized another thing on which my teammate Fawaz will throw some light on. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. So whatever Ilyas said was all about entrepreneurship that we do at Adventure Park. We incubate startups, we help them grow, we help them scale, and we build entrepreneurs and startups. But during the time from the past 2 years, we realized that not everyone can become an entrepreneur. And it's a fact. We have realized it. I wanted to ask the audience, can everyone become an entrepreneur? Is it possible for everyone, each one of you sitting in the room can become an entrepreneur? Do we have that responsibility right now? No. And that is what we realized after graduating our 250th entrepreneur, graduating our 100th startup, and that is running in our 4th cohort. Not everyone can become an entrepreneur. And this is where we bring our mission, entrepreneurship. How many of you heard the word entrepreneurship before? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little brief what entrepreneurship is so that I can make you go through it. Entrepreneurship is something that The people have zeal. They are entrepreneurs at work. These are people that have the fire, that have the ideas, but they have failed. They might have failed as an entrepreneur. They might have done something that might have not worked. But don't you think these guys are absolutely crazy? Don't you think these guys can help the company? Don't you think these guys can help the state, help the country? As an entrepreneur, obviously, we can help the economy of our country by building startups, by building companies, by helping the ecosystem, by growing and helping each other. But when as a job seeker, whenever you are going for a job, you might look forward for a greater cause. Now, Gmail was not entrepreneur product. It was not a product that was made by. It was not a product made by any entrepreneur. It was made by a person. It was made by a person in a company. He had an idea. He pitched it to the CEO. He said, "Let's build it." The CEO then makes a team, and this team goes and build a product. PlayStation. How many of you have heard about PlayStation? जरूर घर पे हम लोग अलाउ नहीं करते हैं स्टूडेंट्स को खेलने के लिए, but PlayStation, back when Sony was building television, back when Sony was building stereo speakers and was doing great, but they were not sustainable. They wanted to grow more. Till how many years will Sony just sell TV? Till how many years will Sony sell speakers? And that's when a confident guy from the company of Sony came forward and said, "Let's build gaming consoles." He pitched the idea. He built the gaming console, and today more than 65% of the market is owned by Sony's PlayStation. Today he owns a company, he runs a company. Because of that product inside a company, he used the resources of the company, he built the product and he delivered in the market. Yet he's not an entrepreneur, but we sure recognize him as an entrepreneur. Now, there is a philosophy in Google. Google के जो products है, there is Google Maps, there is Google Gmail, there is Google Books, there is Google Music, there is Google Goggles. There are hundreds of products of Google. But let me tell you, 20% of Google's products are entrepreneurial products. These are the products that the company itself brings from the people of the company. If we are working at a company, I come forward and I say, let's build maybe Google DevOps. Let's build OpenAI Google. The company accepts it and then builds the revolution. As a job seeker or as a working employee in a company, we can make change. We have the fire. हमारे को नहीं आता वो करना, it's a secondary thing. अगर मेरे को जावा करना आता and I don't know how to do Python, is it for me कि मैं जाके Python नहीं सीखूं कि मुझे जावा या तो मैं जावा पे काम करूं next 10 years तक भी? Don't you think the world will change? Yes, it will, and that's why we have to change. And that's the reason we are bringing Mission Entrepreneurship, what Adventure Park is going to move forward and working with. We have launched on 15th August. We have got more than hundreds of applications from premier institutes from IIT Hyderabad, BITS Pilani and other colleges as well in the country. We are going to partner with the ecosystem. So what Mission Entrepreneurship is going to do is we are going to build entrepreneurs. We are going to build the mindset of people. And we have been privileged to have an entrepreneur on board, Mr. Isaac Rajkumar. He's a managing director of OpenText. Let me tell you something what he said. He was the systems engineer at OpenText Foundation. He was the systems engineer at the OpenText Foundation, and today he is the managing director of OpenText India. And when he came to Adventure Park, he said one thing that made him the managing director of OpenText India. Even when I was a systems engineer, I was the CEO of my company right from day one. He didn't thought about how much money is getting paid. He didn't thought what is the status quo he was getting. He didn't thought what he's going to get in return. He thought, I am the CEO of the company in my mind, and people say me a systems engineer. And today he is the managing director of OpenText India. And that's how an entrepreneur looks like. Sundar Pichai is not an entrepreneur. Tim Cook, Apple CEO, is not an entrepreneur. They are entrepreneurs, and yet they are changing the world, and yet they are bringing change, and yet they are showing that there is much more possible while we are working. We are going to, Adventure Park is going to incubate these students. We are going to have a cohort-based bootcamp style program. 6 weeks, 600 hours, absolutely crazy hands-on real-time projects. And when they graduate, we are going to give the opportunity in the market. We are going to connect them with the opportunities and startups that need to scale fast, that need to grow fast. These entrepreneurs are the hot and highly talented people that the market needs. It's the mindset first and the skill second. And Alhamdulillah, after working with 250 plus entrepreneurs and working with 100 plus startups, I have realized people need this kind of talent. People need some crazy people to work and build their and scale their companies. I myself was a campus lead at Adventure Park. So in Adventure Park as a campus lead, you have to work with you can work with startups. You can tell other people in the ecosystem or in the colleges that we are Adventure Park and we are going to incubate startups and all, and we should show what startups is all about. But as a campus lead, we had a very good opportunity, and this is what Adventure Park focuses on. Miraj always said, we will never give you a task. We will never assign you that you are this and you are going to do this. Miraj said, if you want to do something, come forward, take it and make it happen. Even if you don't know how to do it, just learn it and do it. We had a startup called goodmind.co. My very first day was to attend their session on mental health. I was in that session. I went back. I became a campus leader at Adventure Park. And a few months later, during the second wave, the second lockdown, the company needed to build a product. They had reached out to everyone. They don't know how to code. These were women founders, and they don't know how to code. They were from commerce background, BBA, business management. They tried a lot of people. People asked, charged them money, told that this will take this much time and it will not be the same as you think and all. I thought it's an opportunity. I took forward. I went forward with the company and I said, I'll make the product. I don't want anything in return. I built a product. It's goodmind.co. And when we launched on May 11th, it was Ramzan, I remember. I was working 3 days without sleep. सहरी करता था, इफ्तार करता था, कॉल पे जाता था और वेबसाइट पे काम करता था. Alhamdulillah, on May 11th, when we launched, we were world product hunt number 3. And I'm not a part of the company, but I was and this gave me an opportunity, and this gave me a realization that even if I'm not an entrepreneur, I can contribute to the society. I can contribute to the ecosystem. And this is all about the mission entrepreneurship. This is our website, entrepreneurship.in. Where we are taking applications right now, and we are also partnering up with a lot of companies, a lot of highly scalable startups, and any startup right from ideation stage to IPO. We are partnering with everyone. We want to send forward the highest and the best talents in the country to these startups to help the economy of the country. And it is absolutely important, and we realize it now. Thank you so much, MFIRD team and everyone for this opportunity. And I also thank my teammates and Miraj, sir, and also the whole ecosystem for having with us. This is a great networking event, and this helped us a lot. Last time in Hyderabad, when we were there, we learned so much, and Alhamdulillah, Imran sir contacted us and he said, you have to come to Bangalore and attend this event. Surely. Thank you so much, and I'll move forward with Ilyas. Thank you.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair for your patience and being so attentive. I would really like to thank Miraj and the director of Adventure Park without which it was not possible at all. And mainly Shahid Saab, because Shahid Saab through ही ये start हुआ. मेरा met Shahid Saab at an event in MFIRD. Shahid Saab asked Miraj to do a lightning talk. वो talk के बाद Miraj met Misbah sir, Latif sir, and everything happened. So Jazakallah khair, thank you so much. And there's a video which we have for you guys. It will cover up our whole 1 year plus journey in 88 seconds. So let's do that, and thank you so much. That's it from my end.
Mashallah, it was quite a big eye opener for all of us. We were only thinking so far about entrepreneurship, and now we also got a new term. What is that? Entrepreneurship, mashallah. Great, good to know, alhamdulillah. So I would call upon Dr. Hafiz Zaki Saab to confer the momentum for the Medaj. Zaki Saab, Dr. Hafiz Zaki Saab. He's a mashallah PhD doctor, Hafiz PhD and Hafiz mashallah. Yeah. Yeah, so as we have also been telling about the parallel sessions, so one of the exhibits that we have just on Mera right? Yeah, so alhamdulillah, there is an exhibit also, and there's a parallel session also for tomorrow. So please talk to them, mashallah. Because as you can see, Ejuven Chepar, whatever mashallah we saw, is a brainchild of whatever we have been doing, mashallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Too impressed, mashallah, with what they are doing. Allah Mubarak kare. With 2 points. One thing we learned is trying to incubate the incubators is the founder. Mashallah, Pak alayhi salatu wassalam, identify करते सलाहियतों को फाइन ट्यून करते और उनको उनके सलाहियतों को ठिकाने लगाते, उसके बाद उनकी तारीफ करते. All the time what I see in technology is they are so engrossed in the technology, in bargain they forget the fellow behind it. And invariably वो मोटी इंसान हवा का झोंका आता, घास चुपती खड़े हो जाती और वहां पर मौत का एक झाड़ था. इंसल्ट, मेरे पास तेरा रहना इंसल्ट है कि थोड़ा हवा का झोंका आता, गिर जाता है, झुक जाता है, फिर खड़ा होता, देख मैं झुकतूं क्या. एक मतलब जोर से झोंका आया, क्या गिरा मौत का झाड़, उठा नहीं कि एज यूजुअल झुका खड़ा हो गया. तो ये माशाल्लाह इट वाज द टाइम लास्ट लास्ट कि भी ये क्या किस्सा में गिरा उठा लेना, उन्हें घास बोली करते, मैं गिरकर उठना सीखा तो गिरकर उठना नहीं सीखा. they basically we play good number of times, especially after the let us become if you want still everybody can become entrepreneur. Take back words कि मुसलमान के अंदर इतनी पोटेंशियलिटी है to lead the whole world from darkness to light. ये बस हम है कि भी जो है इतना हर आदमी के अंदर सलाई है. हाँ वो सलाई है तो जो है needs to be cultivated. We need माँ रज़ी अल्लाह तआला was 18 years old when he came to the world of Islam. But माशाल्लाह जो उनके अंदर जो है सलाहियत है वो जस्ट करना. हुज़ूर पाक अलैहिस्सलाम ने इसको जो पहचाना वो इतना हुज़ूर पाक अलैहिस्सलाम ने माँ रज़ी अल्लाह तआला को इल्म दिया कि he in this sahabi actually माशाल्लाह मिलू रेगुलर हुजूर where माँ रज़ी अल्लाह तआला शहीद हुए. And he was 18 years before contributing the world of Islam. He was 38 when Shahadat नसीब हुई. हुज़ूर पाक अलैहिस्सलाम की मजलिस में फतवा दिया करते थे. That is the height he used to. And secondly, इतना ही नहीं माशाल्लाह हुज़ूर पाक अलैहिस्सलाम ने उनकी तारीफ की. सबसे ज्यादा मेरी उम्मत में हलाल हराम जानने वाला मुआज़ दुनिया में मकाम बताया. और आगे हुज़ूर पाक अलैहिस्सलाम ने आखिरत का मकाम बताया कि मुआज़ कल जे सारे उलमा का झंडा मुआज़ के हाथ में होगा क़यामत के दिन. So this, forget, it is very unfortunate that we are employees. We need to be employers. We need to be employers. We need to be employers. Yes, I can do it. Ye then may lie. I keep telling repeatedly, where there is a will, there is not a way. There are ways. There are not ways. There are highways. There are not highways. There are runways. Otherwise, there is a runaway. Relevant responsibility. Can we mashallah give a man a fish you feed him for a day? Wait for the check, paycheck at the end of the month. मिलता क्या paycheck? ज़्यादा क्या खरीद की गुजारी क्या? Paycheck क्या है? खाली उनको माशा टुकड़े डाल रही और ये मछली के. Give a man a fish you feed him for a day, you feed him for a month. Wait for the paycheck for the next month. Teach a man to fish. You are not feeding him for life. You are making him a source to feed his family, his friends, his khandan, his mashallah anybody in the world till the day of eternity. In the a big mashallah for this team. Hats off to mashallah Miraj team.
So now, there are two mics here. Yeah. So now, alhamdulillah, we'll have a small panel discussion with the entrepreneurships. So I would like to call upon Mr. Abdul Wahid Sir, Shanawaz Khan Sir, Syed Hamid Sir from Hyderabad, Rizwan from NOV, Mr. Khalid Hussain Sir, and Brother Ilyas or yourself, one of you from the last team. In the respect of time, we would like to limit the questions. So we would want to answer most of the questions. So please be specific. Let's try to answer. And I would also request the panel. One of the panel can pick up one question and answer, so that we have mashallah one number of questions answered.
So again, we have a very esteemed panel, alhamdulillah. So do we have any questions from the audience now? Any question about? Yes, we have one question.
I'll repeat the question for the benefit of audience. He's asking what is the most common impairment what all of you have faced, which becomes a blocking point for you to become entrepreneur. Perhaps perhaps you can start with Sansan.
Main reason is normally is fear of failure. The second thing is the comfort zone in which they are there with their salary. They think that if I go out, I will miss out on all these things. I will miss my car, I will miss my funds that I get. These are the normal fears. Second thing is they lack the confidence that I can make it. That is one thing that is very not there. So if you have all these things and if you are ready to sacrifice, I think that this sacrifice is going to help us. Finally giving the jobs and then providing the opportunities for other people. I think we can definitely take up this entrepreneurship. Because we don't have this. We think that I'm leaving for my family, my children. That's the reason why we don't take it. I think we should give that and then if you stand for that, then we can listen to it for that.
Any other insights you have from the panel? Yes, brother.
Yeah, the first thing is being in the comfort zone. We are very habituated of short-term outcomes. People ask you, after benefit of SSL, we have equity startups. They say, you know which person is going to start up recommendation available. So the short-term outcomes is something, and yeah, you have to have that will. Because until the market pulls it, you don't know it. Imagine me coming to you and asking you, like, there's a concept. What you have to do is, after एक खड़ा कमरा देना है, एक आपके लिए किसी भी stranger को और उस stranger आके आपके घर में. Would you agree to that? Actually not, right? But that's what Airbnb does. So this concept, how ridiculous it sounds, but that's a billion dollar company. And it takes seconds. It takes that much for you to go to the market, and the market will make it your right off. It took 51 attempts for 90 words. 51 attempts, he was successful. So yeah, even if you fail, you have to get up and then everything has to be there. It's not there, it's not happening.
Any other insights on the same?
The thing is about the society. What the society will think about it, especially the family members. And then, like if you are doing something, if you're planning to do something, okay, then do mashwara with the right people. Make sure your mentor is a correct person who can show you good life. It's not like you will be very ऐसा होगा. तो जहाँ पे एक मर्तबा आप प्लान करिए करना ही करना है, then it's like राजी not shy. एकदम ये नहीं अगर ये नहीं हुआ प्लान बी कैसा करना है. Plan A भी stick करना, then inshallah you see. Not maybe very soon. If not within few days or few months, inshallah you will see a good result.
Any other insights?
Yes, but I have हमारे साथ सोसाइटी में कैसे होंगी ये सर तो जब मैं 82 में स्टार्ट किया तो
3 years I struggled for my existence. After 3 years, I will never know ways impact. तो हाँ इतना जहन में लगा कि हाल भी मखलूक हालात भी मखलूक ये दोनों खालिक के ताबे अगर खालिक को हमारा बना है तो हाल भी हमारे जीवन में आया हालात भी बनते हैं ना ये तो मेरे ख्याल से हम लोगों को कोई फिक्र करने की जरूरत नहीं कामयाबी इंशाल्लाह जरूर बताएं
Don't commit yourself for too many things. By suggestion. क्या होता है कि we commit for many things. जैसा कि बहुत सारे लोग they go for a review apartment, they go for a huge amount of loans, homework basically attending, or they go for a luxurious जो जाते हैं ना तो ये होता है कि वो they have fear that approximately the tower. To make your life simple, आप सीधा सा लाइफ कर रहे हैं तो आपके जो सैलरी है उसके सेविंग्स के साथ से plan for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, it's fine.
Jazakallah khair. Any other question? We have one question. Yeah,
Assalamualaikum. Yes, the major concern is भाई कि अल्लाह के ऊपर भरोसा सबसे बड़ी चीज है तो दरअसल सऊदीया में था तो सऊदीया से वापस आकर शुरू करना था तो आई वर्किंग फॉर नॉट so I had a Sunni engineer was very diligent at the beginning. So he told us I want to start something in India. He said only one question, should find this or not. Then Ali Baba ki questions. You be very after Khana or next. So then they started with just 2 people and the 5 so we have our industry is somewhere around 10 crore now with a staff of 25 to 30. तो जैसे एक साथी को बताया कि स्ट्रिक्ट कॉन्फिडेंट है लॉट ऑफ हाइज एंड लोस बट द थिंग इज यू शुड सस्टेन इट एंड यू हैव कॉन्फिडेंस इन योरसेल्फ दैट आई डू इट एट एनी कॉस्ट आई विल डू इट इंशाल्लाह तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई होप दैट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत सारी सलाहियत है उम्मत के अंदर तो ये चीज है कि उम्मत के नौजवानों को बाहर आना चाहिए तो जैसे बोलते हैं कि कुएं से बाहर निकल कर देखो तो कितना था तो बहुत सारी सलाहियत बहुत सारी चीजें हैं कि हिम्मत से आगे बढ़ेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह क्योंकि फाइल में चलता है कि विश्व में इंक्रीज और लाइफ स्टाइल तो जैसे बाहर आते हैं जैसे हालात आते हैं थोड़ा परेशान विश्व में यूज ऑन जो जैसे हमारे पता उनकी लाइफ स्टाइल वही है बकायदा की अभी है हमारे ऑफिस मॉर्निंग में ऑलवेज सी करते they don't influence your lifestyle. It's a sustenance, you know. तो जैसे जैसे बढ़ाते वैसे पता चलता है थोड़ा आप संभल के चलिए अपना आगे
I'd like to hear what's the difference inside from you? The difference between the conventional and the new age as we need retraining sessions.
They complete the question to the question of the audience. What is the difference between the new age entrepreneurship versus the old age conventional entrepreneurship? And one other question,
yes. Maybe we can have one poll for conventional entrepreneur. Abdul Wahid Saab can take one part of the question, and maybe one team from adventure park can take the other part of the question. We can have Abdul Wahid Saab start.
हम लोग पहले से कन्वेंशनल सिस्टम्स जान हैं पहले के दो पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन देखा जो हालात हैं इसमें टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशंस हैं अगर उससे अगर कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं हुए तो हम लोग बाकी नहीं कर सकते कन्वेंशनल में है तो देखना कि आज के लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी लाइन में क्या है होते हैं हम सस्टेन होते हैं
वरना हम लोग मार्केट में नहीं कॉम्पिटिशन।
Exactly. Any other insights we have from the panelists? The main difference is innovation. There's so many solutions for one problem statement. एक problem जो लोग face कर रहे हैं, you provide a solution, you build a company, but the approach has to be, there has to be innovation. There's no innovation, there's no startup, right? Conventional business is good, right? Starting off, the main difference is innovation, your approach towards the problem statement, and being adaptive towards change. To give an example of, okay, I just hope there are result quickly for this, but here the episode is courses very young, usually was offline. They teach how to code, right? Once I was result towards, it being taught online, they do really well. And then there was an acquisition of financial year. It was acquired by Microsoft for $300 million. And there is another company, Microsoft, is the biggest corporate in the world. So he with a lot of regrets that he had missed the bus because my eyes were not open enough. So we have to be adaptive towards that change. The way we can change. Exactly. Even Khan has some insights.
There is a concept of blue ocean and red ocean. The two things we see. Red ocean is, so there are a lot of sharks that are in the ocean. They are attacking small fish and then they are eating them away. And the ocean is red with the blood. So there is a conventional entrepreneurship. The second thing is the blue ocean. It is very wide and then there are a lot of opportunities and not much of competition there. So that is the new world of entrepreneurship. Like the other side, we have to identify the problem and give a good solution to that and faster solution, good and then fast solution. You bring it to the market and then try to push it to the market. There's not much of competition there because it's a new problem and it's a new idea that you have come out. So these are the things, these are basic difference between the new age entrepreneurship and the conventional entrepreneurship. So we should look for opportunities. Like conventional, there is one medical shop, someone is running, and I am also starting another medical shop. There's a lot of competition. Whereas, like as I said, Airbnb. This is one, it's a new one, like Oyo hotels. There is a new thing. So like this, there is no competition there. So we have to look for some opportunities where there is no competition. Then you will make money. There is a difference between conventional and then new age entrepreneurship.
Exactly.
My question is, how does startup IT companies connected in the market?
The question is, how does a startup IT company can survive in international domestic market and penetrate?
We started our first target project was international. Although we started locally, but how it works is a lot of how good we are. Yeah. Yeah. So like when you start talking about the company, right? Three phases I want to add on. When you start study a company, okay. The three main things are what I feel because they are connected to many companies that start. First thing is the planning phase. Your planning has to be very good, very concrete, and the idea of what you're planning. When you are going to head towards, you need to be very clear what you're going to do. Second, the team. If you are an individual or a team, please don't make a hurried decision when you are in the initial phase of making a team. And third, कुछ भी हो जाए 3 साल तक एक पैसा भी नहीं आया मेरी कंपनी नहीं है ये नियम तो रहना ही रहना है ऐसा नहीं छोटा मोटा इफेक्ट जोश में कंपनी स्टार्ट कर दिए नहीं में पैसे नहीं आ रही कंपनी बंद नहीं कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर रखिए इंशाल्लाह वेरी सून विल गेट and how your business will grow is the word of mouth is आप 10 दोस्त से बात कर रहे हैं, आप उनसे बता दिया मैं आप ये झिझक जाकर बोलिए एंड वोंट बिलीव हमारे जो माशाल्लाह इंटरनेशनल जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, आई एम फ्रॉम हैदराबाद, ओके, तो जो प्रोजेक्ट्स वहाँ के जो कंपनी से जो स्टेट से बात कर रहे हैं, किसी से भी बात कर रहे हैं, वहीं का कोई लोकल हैदराबाद ही रेफर किया है, तो दिस रेफरेंस जब एक मतलब आपका नाम हो गया, they will people will Google about it.
All right. Any other insights we have? I think we're done. We'll take one last question in the interest of time. And as I said in the morning, that we have the panelists available for the entire duration of the conference. We can talk to them, interact with them in the duration of the conference, and get our doubts, questions clarified.
I asked this question on behalf of passed out who are not here. Currently, most of us here are already experienced, who have experience. But there is a big crowd behind who are yet to get off the mark. So, do we have some proper, well-organized transformation program for college master students to getting employed directly? For example, Miller Foundation. Do we have a proper channel where student is passed out? We can put him across for a career guidance program or something, and then grow him, bring up to the level so that he gets, a good head start, and then in turn he can serve back to the community.
You can take the panelists, answer the question.
This is the right question for the career session, right? Career guidance. Because we have a session, the second half, where people are coming from college, how they can get into the industry. But there is another way like that. So on this question.
We can take another question, yes.
I just want to know what is the maximum time to test the idea, and when is the right time to pitch or get the investor?
Is the question clear?
Yeah, so the question was, when is the right time for you to stop trying your idea?
See, we have a basic idea and we'll test it on. Yeah. Right? So what is the maximum time which we can test the idea? And what would be the right time to get the investor? Like, will be better time. Will not have any support or will be all of our so, to what extent? Maybe we can test it for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or is there any question, or we have to keep on trying?
Okay. So there's no particular time frame. It's like the question was, what was the question again? The time frame, right? Yeah. So there's no particular time frame for that. But then the main thing is you have to be in love with the problem statement, not with your solution. That is the main point. The problem statement is the main thing. But if we are focusing on our solution and if we are in love with it, we are blind. कि मेरा ही solution है और मैं जो कर रहा हूँ वही होगा नहीं होगा. That's the sad part. No matter how much efforts and money and time and energy you put in, but if the market is not accepting it, it's not accepting it. You have to be in love with the problem statement. And all runs on data. Whatever you will use, speaking to your users, you talking to your users, everything has to document. And have this data driven completely. So the data will tell you if this is something which the market is accepting or not. You have to evaluate that. Do the investor bit. There are investors who invest in early stage and early stage startups, but the main thing which they see is why the main question which they ask is why are you the right person to run the site? Because idea है वो 10 लाख लोगों के पास and the one who executes it, that guy deserves it. The investors will ask, maybe see why are you the right person to take this idea? So focusing on these two aspects and you will take it.
So with this, we end the panel discussion. I thank all our panelists for a very fruitful discussion.
So over to Zakir for the rest. That was quite insightful, engaging discussion of the panelists around the. So, if I have an interest of time, we could take more questions. But alhamdulillah, we also have the panelists along with us throughout the day, so we can get in touch during the rest of this. Yeah, so we have our namaz at 2:30. So don't worry, we have one last session. After this, inshallah, we'll break for salah and for namaz, we'll have for lunch. And after that, as we had discussed in the morning. So we have the exhibits also on the other side of the department, which is the golden hatcheries. These people will be able to guide you. And then, mashallah, we have close to 13 exhibits also. Okay. So we will talk about it after the session and go. So now, I would like to call upon Mr. Mohammed Ali Sharif Saab. So he is an MSc in Development Management from London School of Economics and Political Science, an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, a certificate in Special Studies in Admin and Management from Harvard University, and BTech Industrial Engineering from BMS, where he secured the first rank for the university. He has worked in USA, UK, India for over a period of 19 years. He was a director at Deloitte and a manager at PwC prior to that. Ali has commenced his entrepreneurship still in 2017. He has set up Mount Judy Ventures, a socially responsible venture capital fund that is approved by state. He is also director of Rental Fin Services on the social front. Mr. Ali is part of the core team of NGOs such as Constitution, the Lifeline Foundation, HPS Hospital, and Christian institutions. So it's a pleasure to have Mr. Ali in front of us, and I would like to call upon Mr. Mohammed Ali Sharif to take up on this.
Assalamu alaikum everybody. As I start, I thank the organizers for organizing this series of interactions. It's a very good concept. MFIRD has been doing fantastic work all through these years, and inshallah, much more is to be done to spread to spread both the knowledge, the necessary knowledge, and take this community forward. The amount of work which is being done, I'm aware of not much of it, but whatever I'm aware of, the kind of research which is being done, the kind of topics and the kind of forward-thinking agenda which is being prepared and acted upon is extremely critical for us to be part of this society, this country, and take it forward. So again, I thank MFIRD for organizing seminars like this, and it's a fantastic opportunity for all of us to engage with each other. So please make use of this opportunity, engage, look at the exhibits, engage with all the people who are coming here, whatever questions you have, whatever doubts you have. But the whole point is make maximum, utilization of, opportunities like this. So again, I thank MFIRD for this. I want to keep the session short, and I'm open to more interactions. Because alhamdulillah, by Allah's grace, I have had the opportunity to study and work across continents, and now alhamdulillah, I have been working for the last 3-4 years in the space of venture capital, in the space of financing, and that is where a lot of challenges are. And therefore, if you have any questions, please do feel free. I'll try to wrap up this the presentation faster, but I would really, and the questions can be around any topic relating to financing, relating to venture capital space, etc. So please feel free. So the topic which I will go a little bit in depth today is on the healthcare sector in India, the advances and the entrepreneurial opportunities. So just moving forward. Yeah. So a quick brief so that all of us are on the same page.
We all know the healthcare expenditure in India is, as a proportion of the GDP, is very, very low. It's one of the laggards. If you look at various countries in the world, we are less than 1%, whereas most of the other countries, spend 10, 5, 10, 15%. We have around 529 medical colleges, around 1.2 million doctors, and the doctors per 1,000 is just less than one actually. Even if you look at the comparison of beds per 1,000 population, India is a massive country. I mean, ideally, the only comparison for India should be places like China because of the population. So even there, we are lagging behind China by a factor of 8. There are around 25,000 public hospitals, government hospitals, and 43,000 private hospitals across the country. And despite such an extensive government healthcare system, still 80% of the spending happens in private healthcare in India, and that is a testament of the poor quality of the government healthcare. The other thing you should understand is healthcare is an unavoidable expense, unlike consumer goods, where if you have the money, you will buy it. If you don't have the money, you don't buy it. But healthcare, unfortunately, is an unavoidable expense, right? But even if you look at that, if you look at the lowest strata of society, they do not have money to spend on healthcare also. Most of their money goes into obviously food and clothing, etc. And that is why they face a lot of challenges. Whereas actually, if you look at the higher earning strata of society, they are able to spend more on healthcare, and remember, they're richer and they're spending more. So that means the demand is perpetually there in society. Healthcare is a sector which is there is potentially no lack of demand. It is one of those sectors which is like education. These two sectors will be the bulwark of any economy. And in India, we have a fantastic opportunity in healthcare because healthcare has been so underfunded in India. So healthcare में जो opportunity है, that is going forward also in the next 10 years. The amount of investments which has happened into healthcare in the last 1 year has not happened in the last 5 to 10 years because of COVID, as a response to COVID as well. But going forward also, these opportunities will open. Now, just to go a little bit more in depth into the kind of business models which are there in healthcare. See, healthcare is a very, I would say, capital intensive area. It is an area which needs a lot of funding. It is not easy to even, and the other challenge with healthcare, unlike other spaces like education or IT sectors, healthcare is a sector which takes a very long time for any idea to be even taken to market. In that sense, healthcare is a very challenging sector, and I will give you enough examples in the presentation to talk about it. But just look at the kind of, this is just a table which shows in the last 1 year how much funding has gone to various business models across the world. So it's huge amounts. I mean, nearly $500 million has gone into clinical decision, and this is only for startups, right? Clinical decision support tools, chemical information for drug discovery, healthcare booking platforms to start, virtual primary care platforms, that means telemedicine, genomic sequencing, pharmacy, or e-pharmacies kind of thing. Then computerized, computerization of the healthcare system. So these are all the various areas in healthcare which which are the new models of business office. Healthcare is not just one restrict to thinking who it's a hospital or a pharmacy. No, it's much wider. What goes behind it is the kind of business models are very varied, right? Quickly looking at which are the top startups in India, right? In the healthcare space, the biggest one, of course, is PharmEasy, which took over Medon, which had taken over Myra earlier. PharmEasy is now going public. It's a $4 billion company. It's one of those companies which has really actually very quickly grown in the last 6 years. If you see, it has become a unicorn, which is fantastic actually in this space. Then the others which are between 100 million to 1 billion are listed here. CultFit is one which I'm sure you would have heard of. HealthCart, Practo and DocSap are based in Bangalore. Portia, MedGenome. Again, these are familiar names for people from Bangalore. There are a few from Hyderabad, Mumbai, and Delhi. as well. But these are the top startups in the healthcare space in India, right? And this is a year which they are, they started and now they reached the stage. The other area you look at when you look at startups is what is the funnel? Suppose 100 companies start, how many actually get successful? And there you see the funnel is very, very, very drastic actually. So for every 100 companies which reach an angel or a seed stage, so if you look at funding ideally, right, there are the progression of a company when you start, roughly I would say there are 5 stages in any startup. The first stage is where you yourself put in money, your friends, family, and fools around at the spot, right? So it's your closest people, right? They put in some money. आपका थोड़ा seed capital बनता है, आप उस idea पे काम करते हैं, whatever it is. So that does not last. The money does not last long, but it's enough because your team will be 2 or 3 people, right? Friends, families, the first round. Then when the idea reaches a little bit of concretization, you go to something called the angel round. Now, angel round is typically when high net worth individuals, or there are enough angel networks now, you present that idea in front of these angels, right? Prior to that, actually, there's something called potentially an incubator. Now, an incubator usually does not give you money, but helps you structure your ideas properly to take it in front of the funders. The funders are either the angel funds or the venture capital funds, right? So incubators play a critical role in only guiding you. And one good development which is there, of course, I think Brother Miraj is here. Hyderabad has an education-based incubator. In Bangalore, there's a new incubator called the Step Up Ventures, which is primarily focusing on minorities. So that is one I would suggest you all look it up. And if you have ideas which you've been working on and where you need some guidance, Step Up Ventures is a good place to go and validate these ideas. If you get selected by them, I think they also have some fund to give, a very small amount, 5-10 lakhs. But it will help you structure your idea, business idea, whatever it is, to the next level. So incubators. Then come the funding rounds, right? Angels are usually rich individuals or rich networks. They will give you between 10 lakhs to a crore, maybe, and it's maybe small ticket size. Maybe 5 of them get together and give you 5 lakhs each. But that's the platform. There is like the biggest one is the India Angel Network, or Chennai Angels, Mumbai Angels. Every city has its Hyderabad Angels. So these are all networks which are there in every city or across India. There are many, many angel funds where you present your idea and then they will evaluate it, and your requirement could be 10 lakh se 1 crore tak, depending on your business plan, your requirement. So that is still where your concept is there. You are taking money to build, say, a prototype, right? You need money to build a prototype. So that is where you get angel funds. Next level is seed funds, which is little more structured, maybe up to 3-4 crores, 5 crores. That seed funds also play a big role. So angel seed round, of course, there is no hard and fast rule ke 1 crore tak angel, uske upar seed bolte kuch nahi hai. Up to 3-4 crores, angels and seed play an important role, and those are the funds. Next, you come to the VC level. So, and VC level could be a series of, Series A, Series B, Series C, Series D, up to Series F. So till you get IPO, actually, whatever funding you had as a private company becomes venture capital and then private equity. Right? So, for example, we at Mount Beauty Ventures are a Series A venture capital fund. Right? So Series A का मतलब क्या होता है? That means the company has already crossed the angel round. It has got some money, it has a product. That product is already being sold in the market, but maybe only in Bangalore. So now that product needs to go to other cities. So you need money, right? या फिर कोई service है, आप एक area में कर रहे हैं, आप सिर्फ कर्नाटक में कर रहे हैं. You need money to expand. So that's when you come to venture capital fund. So venture capital fund is for expansion. Angel fund is for proof of concept, right? And before that, the incubators are to help you structure your fund. So that is typically the early stages of, any new idea, new business idea, which comes across. And venture capital funding can start at maybe 5 crores and then keep growing. Now Series X so that has gone into millions of dollars also. So there's no limit to a thing. So what happens is at some point the private equity players come. So at a venture capital stage, your company will still not be profitable, may not be profitable, because you need money to grow. आप नई offices बनाएंगे, grow करेंगे. So the venture capital takes you from a stage of non-profitability to profitability. Then there are people called private equity players. Now there must be around 300 venture capital funds in India at least. It's grown tremendously in the last 5 years. बहुत हैं, but they operate at a level which is beyond the angel level. What our experience has been that we've seen 700 business ideas. We've hardly found, especially if you look at our community, we really are lacking of business ideas coming to a venture capital level also. Which is why, the Step Up Ventures was started, that we start working much earlier, focusing on minorities, and then help these business ideas to grow so that, inshallah, in another 3-4 years, these concepts can come up to the venture capital level. Because ab ye naya path ban gaya. See, we cannot go to banks, right, for funding. Venture capital is a very good route because it is only equity. And equity, or in Islamic finance, you would call it musharaka, which is a halal, permissible structure for you to take money. Because what you are doing is you're giving a share of your company in return. Whereas in debt, you cannot, typically we avoid taking loans because of Sharia compliant reasons. So a venture capital is a very good model for funding for our businesses, right? But it has to be structured in that way. So, for example, the idea should be something which has huge potential. It is not that मेरा एक दुकान है मैं एक और दुकान बनाऊंगा उसमें venture capital will not be interested because a venture capital private equity is interested in taking you to IPO. If you want, imagine what kind of companies are at IPO level. Right? If you take healthcare, Cipla, if you take pharmacy, Cipla and Daxi are listed. If you take hospitals, Gleneagles, a lot of hospital chains, Fortis, etc., are all listed companies. So that is the ultimate goal of any path which you take. So after venture capital comes private equity. Private equity is very big ticket sizes, but they essentially take profitable companies. By that time, company already 500 crore की हो गई होगी या फिर 150 crore 200 crore की turnover है तो private equity उठाता है. And then they invest the money to take you to an IPO. And today in India, the IPO market is extremely good. Right? We are seeing IPOs of Zomato, of a lot of these startups which started say 5, 7, 10 years ago, which are coming to IPO stage. Policy Bazaar, I don't know if you follow the markets, but a lot of these startups are now coming to that level. That means the Indian ecosystem is now becoming more robust. This is how US, this is how other markets have grown much earlier than us. But hamara abhi ye, and that is why I say the opportunity in India is massive because we are at the start of this growth stage. So abhi bhi aapko agar अच्छे ideas hain, create proper teams, structure the ideas, but the path is long, maybe 5, 7, 10 year path. ये थोड़े महीनों का या 1-2 साल का रास्ता नहीं है. It is a long term path, but it is something which requires extremely hard work as well. But inshallah, one thing is very good that now the path is very, very clear. There are enough angel funds, there are enough venture capital funds, there are enough private equity players, and the Indian market is becoming larger and larger. So if your idea is good, then your company can actually go through all these stages and go towards. And I can give you some examples of companies and our own, if you look at entrepreneurs from our community, also some of them are doing fantastically well. So the funnel is basically showing in healthcare that it's a big challenge for ideas to keep growing. So for example, if you see the angel seed, if you take 100 companies, only 12 companies go to Series A. This is a huge drop off from 88% because that is the amount of failure rate which happens at a Series A. Beyond that, of course, the failure rates reduce because the idea becomes more robust. But that is a challenging part of healthcare businesses. That the ideas will be many, but it's very difficult to make them success. And as you can see, this is just to show a comparison between US, China, and India. The number of companies which are getting funded, right? US is still the most leading market in the healthcare space. Then is China. Then India has around 15 companies which are really reaching larger and larger. Just a quick one about Mount Judy. We've seen around 125 healthcare ideas in the last 3 years. So our experience comes from seeing a lot of business ideas, a lot of business models, and I will share with you 4 or 5 companies which we've seen. So that gives you an idea of what is this healthcare startup sector looking like. So we obviously take the company even to fund it. We do a preliminary evaluation, then we go in depth into internal diligence, then we present it to a neutral investment committee, then we get the external legal and financial diligence done, accounting diligence done, and only then, if everything passes, and you can see out of 125 companies, there are only 2 healthcare companies we invested. So that is the level of filtering which happens even at a VC stage, right? So quickly, I talk about a couple of the 2 companies we've invested in. The first one is started as an accelerator or an incubator. But what happened is, so they wanted, this is a couple of guys named as Siraj Dhanani and Vijay Rajan. So they started an accelerator, which is to look at medical ideas and help them grow. But what they discovered is, the ideas are good, but market means how to make it marketable is something which the technology guys do not understand. So these guys coming from business background side, we'll pick up the most promising ideas and merge them back into our company. So they created a startup. And they picked up, and what they said is, we take the most challenging problems in India while deaths are happening in the hospitals. See, typically if you look at medical devices, most of the devices are important, especially the large ones. Siemens, Philips, GE, these are the 3 number 1 companies. Now they all invented the products for the rest. But what about challenges in India? The biggest health challenges are things like malaria, tuberculosis, or our quality of our health is, I think there's some info. Okay. There's info happening. Hello. So the challenge was to invent medical devices for Indian problems. And this is a group of medical technology engineers, medical electronics engineering. So these engineers went to hospitals, spent time there in St. John's and other hospitals, started observing for maybe a month, 2 months. Why are deaths happening? What are the causes of death? And then being engineers, interacting with the doctors, they said, so what kind of devices can I create? These are the top 10 reasons why people are dying in hospitals. I have the data, I've collected data. What I think just the speaker before was talking about, right? Okay, data collect karna chahiye. What is that data? What is the analysis? These are the top 10 reasons why people are dying in this hospital. In this, are there any devices I can make? Because I'm an engineer, I'm not a doctor. Can I make devices which will help the doctors to save their lives? Right? And they came out with 3 products, which were among the top 10 reasons why people are dying in Indian hospitals. The first reason was huge number of deaths happen of just born babies. Now there are very good medicine. Just born babies who are born premature have weak lungs. Now the thing is, medically there are enough treatments for these babies, but the problem is they don't survive. So what you need is a small ventilator, right? So what they said is they will make a low-cost ventilator which can operate on AC, DC, battery, car charger, or even manually without anything, right? And they invented that. And it took them 4 to 5 years to, come up with the idea, prepare the prototypes, do the pilots, and create the product. What I'm trying to say is the effort it takes to create even one product in the devices which you see 6 years, because they have to do various tests along the way. The second device they invented is something called VAC. So ventilator-associated pneumonia is one of the biggest reasons why people die in Indian hospitals. And what happens is, अगर 2 दिन से ज़्यादा अगर लोग ICU में रहते हैं, so their own saliva has bacteria which can penetrate the lungs and they get secondary infections. Now, this either increases your stay because you have to have iron antibiotics, etc., or in a lot of cases it results in death, which means they die more because of secondary infection than the primary infection, right? So the way what they said is they have created using medical engineers. They use sensors to keep sucking out the saliva and not let it accumulate and go into the lungs. And again, this device, even though it's been around for 5 years, it is FDA certified, but still clinical studies have to go on because this is a device which is a life-saving device to be used on patients. And you have to prove this. The concept is understandable. ये saliva निकलेगा तो अंदर नहीं जाएगा तो जान बच जाएगी या फिर बात नहीं होगा. But these have to be then validated by clinical studies as well. It's not that मैं बोल दूंगा और वो हो जाएगा, right? You have to prove it, and it has to be a neutral. So places like Narayan Hrudayalaya, St. John's with studies, doctors will carry out studies and validate these ideas. So creating devices, and the third device they invented is here. It's called to detect fetal heart rate and your contractions just prior to birth. We've been using ultrasound for the last 50 years. Now, this company came out with using ECG signals for the same purpose. It's a modern, very small machine which can just be kept on the stomach of the mother, and therefore it increases convenience and saves life because the mother does not have to be in the hospital. She can be wherever, but can monitor in the last stages. So, ऐसे devices इन्होंने invent किए हैं. And as a response to COVID, they converted their ventilator, the baby ventilator, to an adult CPAP as well, and that device has been doing pretty well. So this is an example of a company which is making medical devices. It's taken them 6 to 7 years, group of engineers. The facilities are very good in Bangalore, if you see. And I'll come to that later. Bangalore is probably the leading place in the country for biotech and medtech innovation, without doubt, right? And that is why you see a lot of startups in our city. Then another company which we recently funded is in cancer care, and this is in the diagnostic space. So here, actually, diagnostics for cancer, rather than only chemotherapy and radiation therapy, there's a move towards precision oncology in the rest of the world, which means finding out what mutation causes the cancer and then trying to treat the cause, that is the mutation, with the right medicine, rather than, of course, chemotherapy and radiation are being used, but it's better to attack the root of the cancer. And the whole world is grappling with this problem. Cancer is one of the largest, challenges faced in the world. So what this company has done is, it has created, it does the test for cancer, for the genetic sequencing across India. But what they said is, today those genetic tests, what we are doing, we are using the panels which were made in the West. Whereas our genetic makeup is different from the Caucasian population, right? So, Indian policy, Asia is 65% of the world today. And there's a very little research and development which has happened catering to Asia. And India is 17-18% of the world. And genetically, we are different. So this company said, we'll make a gene panel for the South Asian population. So they've come out with a gene panel. They just launched it 2 weeks ago, on August 15. So now the biopsies can be tested against the South Asian gene panel rather than the Western gene panel. So the hope is that you can identify the cancer more accurately and then treat it properly. So that is what this company is. So these are the kind of ideas which are, there as well. And then moving on, some other ideas which we've seen. Of course, medical tourism, this is in the services space. So the first idea was more on product. The second idea was more on diagnostics. This is more on services, very clearly. This is one of the largest medical tourism, company in India, which is trying to structure it, get patients from around the world to come to India. This is a pure services business. This does not need your product, technology, and verification. What it needs is a fantastic network. So they have some 300 people in Africa, and wherever the sources of patients are. The destination is in India. In fact, one of the promoters here happens to be a guy named Danish. He is a third-time entrepreneur. First two companies, he's had successful exits. This company is based in Delhi. So it's happy to see that some of these ideas are coming from, people from our community as well. And this is from the services space. Again, in the IT space, there's a lot of ideas like, there's a company called Navya, which is basically, putting IT into the hospitals, into the clinics, etc. So, yeah, ideas which are there. So for the people who are in the IT sector, again, healthcare has a lot of opportunity. The concept is, increasing automation, in fact, one of the really good, guys, again, from the community is this company called Desktop, chap named Upskilling, again, Malayali. He has built a very good startup in Bangalore, in using, and that's an IT solution to be used in hospitals, to be used in. So for IT professionals as well, healthcare is a good opportunity, and that is just like any other IT startup you would have. I think I'll move on to my last slide. So the other e-pharmacies, of course, was another huge opportunity area, but I think in India, e-pharmacies have already been, there's PharmEasy, there's NetMeds, which Reliance has bought over. There was 1mg, which Tata has bought over. So the last 5 years, e-pharmacies grew in India, and now it's consolidating, right? So that's a sector which I would say not much opportunity exists now, because the large players have already now come into the frame. Just going to the last slide there, key resources. So I want to just leave you with a couple of places which you can follow. See, Bangalore as a place has fantastic places like CCAM, the Bangalore Bio Innovation Center. These are places I think you should visit these places, see their websites, see the kind of ideas which are happening there. And BILAC is the national agency which funds ideas right from incubation up to even commercialization. What concepts are there? So, there is a lot of support for healthcare space for entrepreneurs in India. Of course, the challenge is for you to, get the right ideas and then work on them. It is longer than many other sectors, time taken is longer, but also the reward. Like I told you, in India, not much work has happened in these spaces. So opportunities zyada hai, and so that's where I would leave you. You can look at these sources to understand, how the funding happens and what ideas are there. How can you be part of that ecosystem instead? Of course, there are other areas. Well, I'm open to any questions across any of these spaces. Yeah.
We'll be opening only for 1 or 2 questions in the Islam. It was a quite good presentation. Thank you. You said about the 5 stages of ecosystem. What is the stage when the private equity like set to have to come into the picture?
Okay. So, by the way, Sedco's MD is a part of Manjuri as well. So, private equity will come when the company is profitable. But again, needs a lot more funds to either go up, to other countries or other spaces. So, like I said, if you take ID Fresh Foods, for example, right? When did Azim Premji and all come? When it reached a stage where 150 crores turnover. Now, they reached 500 crore turnover. So it's usually the turnover should be more than 100 crores. That's when private equities will start looking at this. The VCs look at ideas much before that.
Thank you so much. You as a VC, how does your portfolio look like? What kind of companies do you like to invest in? And what are the key things which you look for in a company before taking the call of investing in?
See, at the early stages, and we are early stage, so the most important is the team and the idea. So the team needs to have relevant experience, at least if possible. Of course, in some cases, it may not be there, but we pick up the idea after it has reached a product market fit is there. So that's when VCs pick it up. So for us, the product or the service should be visible, and there should be some customers, there should be some vendors for us to talk to them and find out if this idea is good, if their experience has been good, is it scalable? Right? So that's when we pick up the ideas. Right? Angels pick it up even much earlier. Therefore, their returns are higher, but the failure rate is higher. So, but for us, the idea has to be in concrete shape. And revenue should be there. It will not be profitable, so revenue will be less than your expenditure. But revenues have to be there for us to see that the market is buying this product. Okay, so now then it's a question of scale, because what we look at is unit economics. And for every sale, are you making this much profit? And therefore, your expenses might be this much, right? But you have to therefore sell, instead of selling 10 units, if you sell 100 units, then you will break even. So our effort would be to take that company from selling 10 units to 100 units. Then once it starts becoming profitable, then the PEs will start looking at the thing and buy us out so that we can get it. And so the team, and for us, product market fit is very critical. And then, the customer acceptance of that idea. We validate with customers very strongly. Coming to sectors which we look at, we are a socially responsible fund, healthcare, education, and because one of our partners is PC Mustafa, so that's where we look at consumer, especially FMCG, because he's an expert in that. Then we have people like Sherif Patapura, who's coming today evening, and Shoaib Ahmed Saab, who's the former president of TARI. So we look at digital and IoT as well. And another area which we are very interested in is clean energy and transport. Mustafa Wajid Saab is also part of Manjuri. So clean tech and transport is another sector which a lot of opportunities. In the next 10 years, the whole world's energy transition is going to happen from oil-based to electricity based. That's again a huge opportunity for India. And as you can see, a lot of companies are active in that. So these are the 5 sectors we look at.
Very excellent presentation. A lot of common questions they answered here. So I'm thinking, can we have a handbook for the aspiring entrepreneurs who can keep this handy whenever they need, because we may not be getting these kind of opportunities quite often. So if you can come up with a handbook where these common questions can be answered, or if you can suggest some books which already there in the market.
See, the best, books and resources to काफी है market में, but what I would suggest is, if you have concepts and ideas, start exploring incubators and accelerators. And वहाँ पे आपको mentors मिलेंगे, वहाँ पे आपको guide करने वाले मिलेंगे. So bounce your ideas which have reached a certain stage. Like I said, you have to have a good idea with your friends, family, and कुछ तो दिखाना चाहिए उनको ताकि they can help you. So engage, identify incubators, accelerators, and go to them. For example, and that's the reason why we set up. One of my colleagues is part of the Step Up Ventures. The purpose is to, if you have an idea, where do you bounce it off? And other उस sector के experts देखेंगे वो, they can guide you, because at the end of the day what you need is personalized guidance. That is the most important, because books will give you a good view and you should obviously go through it. But for personal guidance, you have to approach, of course, the best, there are very good accelerators and incubators like IIM Bangalore, NSRCEL is there, Y Combinator, all these are active in India, but they are the ultimate in incubators. But where do we start, right? So that's a place where you can, inshallah, explore which are the incubators, get an idea and approach them, whatever your idea is, and also mentors को ढूंढिए. कोई उस sector में already accomplished कर चुका है, उनसे जाके बात कीजिए. They will be able to tell you, for example, like I said, e-pharmacy. Now being in this space and for the past years, I know it's a overcrowded space. Any new startup will find it difficult because the Tatas are there, Reliance is there, and now PharmEasy is probably bigger than them. So when you have 3 large players looking at capturing India, a new startup might find it more difficult than any other sector. That's the point. So that's the thing. Thank you again. Thanks. I hope this was useful. And Jazakallah.
Many things were answered as Mola said also. It was an honor for us to have you here. And I would request Brother Abdul Mujib sir from Star to come over and felicitate. At the token of appreciation, we would like to Yeah, a couple of announcements before we leave for the lunch. So number one, so Alhamdulillah, in Shifa, we have the Salah there, Alhamdulillah. So you can, first action item is Salah. Planned at 2:30, maybe 5 minutes, we try to adjust there. So number one, and after that, Alhamdulillah, we have Haji Farooq Sahab also there. So mashallah, small 5-10 minutes program is there after Salah. And afterwards, mashallah, we can go for lunch. Lunch is in first floor. Okay, speaking from this aspect, it is on the ground floor. And speaking from the Shifa, if you come after Salah, it is in the first floor. Inshallah, people will be there to guide you. So we'll all have lunch, inshallah. And during lunch, we can network with each other. Number two. And number three, after Salah and lunch, alhamdulillah, we have time till 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock is Asar. And mashallah, between this, so as I have been mentioning again and again, so we have 13 exhibits. And these exhibits are on the right side of Shifa. There is a board which is called as Scholastic top, which is mentioned as Golden Hatcheries. Okay, so there, alhamdulillah, so we have 2 different floors, people will be there to guide you. So mashallah, people from our community who have worked and who have showcased, so they are going to exhibit there. Is it clear? And again, after, we'll have Asar at the same place where we are going to offer Zohar. And after Asar, we'll again come back to the same place. Am I clear? Okay, yeah, let me repeat. Zohar, talk, dua, then lunch, and then exhibit round, and then Asar, and then come back. Hopefully, we'll be coming back, right? Inshallah. Thanks a lot for your time. Assalamu alaikum. No problem. Yeah, run the way, hundred. Slack and laugh and watch the movie. That's what I'm saying. Right, the entrepreneurship for audience. फुल हाल कर देता हूँ Zoom का इसमें अच्छा चलो